Do you wanna stay the night? 'Cause I don't wanna be alone. It's been weighing on my mind for too long, too long. Do you wanna save a life? 'Cause I just really need someone. I've been barely holding on, and I'm still running from my demons. I'm still hiding all my secrets, and I just need someone I believe in. Will you wait for me while I'm still healing? You know what to say every time I start to slip away, and I surrender. I surrender. There's no more falling down. I've hit the ground, so I surrender. still running from my demons. I'm still hiding all my secrets, and I just need someone I believe in. Will you wait for me while I'm still healing? You know what to say every time I start to slip away, and I surrender. I surrender. There's no more falling down. I've hit the ground, so I surrender. And I surrender. There's no more falling down. I've hit the ground.
You're pulling on my walls down. I've never been exposed like this before. I'm good at shutting you out. I've always had a way of keeping closed. Beating, hiding, I've been calling out your name from the darkness, thinking it's too late. If you're finding I've been too much on your plate, I'll keep hiding, calling out your name, calling out your name, calling out your name, calling out your name, calling out your name. Beating, hiding, I've been calling out your name from the darkness, thinking it's too late. If you're finding I've been too much on your plate, I'll keep hiding, calling out your name, calling out your name, calling out your name. Tell me how you're feeling since you got me out in the open. Now I'm ready to dive in. I know you told you it would be a slow burn. Beating, hiding, I've been calling out your name from the darkness, thinking it's too late. If you're finding I've been too much on your plate, I'll keep hiding, calling out your name, calling out your name, calling out your name, calling out your name, calling We will go away.
welcome. No camps, doesn't matter. We only are here for content. We are ready for the grand finals today of SLE Split 7. It's me, of course, Nick V, as your host today, as well as Dutch and Zakan as my analyst. How are you two doing?
You me first, Isaacon.
You can go first.
So, hello guys, it's me. I'm back for finals this time. Of course, I'm not playing in it because that would be weird.
You still made it though.
I still made it. Mom, I made it to the finals. Yeah, I'm here. Not casting, but analyzing how these teams will do. Yeah, interested to see how it will play out.
Yeah, and I'm here as well. It's gonna be fun. My first season here in SLE, and I get to do the analyst segment with you guys, so I'm stoked.
That's great to hear, because I'm stoked for this upcoming match between Gucci Nebula and the Deadly Cheese Squad. Of course, we kind of have to talk about Nebula first, right? Because they are the all-star team that they have created over Gucci as, like, arguably the best players in the SLE. So what can you tell me about that, Dutch?
I mean, it's just the roster is made, of course, to win a championship, right? This is like a championship roster. It's just you win it all, or it's a bust. You have two SLE winners. You have the best top laner who's never won it, the best ADC. Oh, you can. Hello. You have the best ADC that has never won it, Mr. Third Place, Mr. Sanix, and I mean, Shy has been. He was a filler, but he's been doing pretty well as the quote-unquote filler, but he's like way surpassed that, and he's now a very, very stable role in that squad.
Yeah, of course. There's also the other side, because yes, there's an all-star team, but we also kind of have to talk about Deadly Chi, because against all odds, they have made it to the grand finals, and I do believe that Pepar has a graphic for us, the path for Deadly Chi going through the winners bracket and then going down to Gucci Nebula actually. So it's a grudge match. So Zikan, what can you tell me about Deadly Chi here?
I think they stepped up heavily after the Gucci Nebula loss. You can definitely see that they've been working on the draft for sure. So I'm really surprised that they kind of stomped their way through a lower bracket here. So I'm really excited to see what they can bring out to the table today.
Yeah.
It's gonna be exciting.
Yeah, because they not only have they gone through Vitagen and Assassin's Creed, who arguably are like the Gucci rivals. I hear Dutch laughing already. They also did beat Eternal Blizzard, who was last split's winner of SLE Split 6. So definitely excited to see how much they have leveled up and if it will be a closer game between Deadly Chi and the Gucci Nebula. And I kind of want to highlight the specific lanes as well. In this case, the top lane matchup between I just made videos about it, man. Thank you so much. Between Iruzu and Jeff, because arguably the side lane, like as in the top lane, but also the mid lane, I think will be most important, right, Dutch?
I mean, if you talk about, I mean, I'm not gonna highlight Deadly Chi here first of all. I don't want to throw away too much from like top lane, of course, but the strength of Deadly Chi in the entire season has been their solo lanes. Their solo lanes are their backbone. If there's a way you can nullify their solo lanes to get like leads, it's gonna be really hard for them to play from that position because normally they kind of they can gamble sense of lead because they're just most of the time they just outplay the opponents. They get like CS advantage, turnaround ganks, etc. So like DDC's solo lanes are just so important for them. But on the other side, you have Ruzu and Ichi. Now we talk about top lane, of course, right? But Ruzu has been, bar a pretty bad start, if I may say that. He's been like he was low-key running it like half the games, but since I think since Ace came in, since they changed a bit of the drafting, since they played a bit more top lane, Russo has been super good, and he's always been like stable factor for Nebula, and one of the reasons they were winning actual like a lot of games. You see here as well in the Gwen clip. It was in game 2, yeah, against FTG in this upper bracket semi-final, if I'm right. They had heavy Guaya on the Guaya. They had heavy Prio on the Gwen in top jungle, so got to flex it, and the Ruzu just looked amazing on it. It's such a nice factor to have in your games, and that side lane pressure from that champion. And Ruzu, it's just been really good since the start of the season. So yeah, I think both teams are looking heavily towards their top laners to get leads from here.
Yeah. So speaking of top lanes, of course, there's also a role for the junglers to make sure that top laners doesn't don't go into a bad spot. It will be Shy up against Just Ryan. Yes, I said his name correct this time. Sophonex, don't make jokes again in your video. Shy on the Skarner here. His favorite champion, of course, it's a high prio for like any.
Both teams.
I would say for like any team, right? So will we see Skarner permabanned? Sikan, do you think so?
I would be surprised if they let Skarner go through. I think Skarner in general is such a powerful jungler right now. He can create so much space and like be a good frontliner. So I don't think either team wants the other team to have it, really.
I mean, yeah, the champion is. I mean, they're kind of both. They're both Skarner merchants completely. So it's going to be a high prior for both teams. If it's open, I do think that both teams can like angle. I guess okay, we're going to leave it open, see how we play against it. Like both teams could like go for that route, or just to save like we ban it if you don't have any other priority bans, right? But the champ is just so good. It's has so much value. You can just blind it. There is a way to draft into the champion. I definitely have seen games where it was completely useless when you pick certain types of comps against it, but it is still a hard, right? It's like it gives so much value with the ulti, with like the E ganking through walls, etc. So it's like it's such a good champion to play multiple ways, multiple styles. Yeah, so, I think it's gonna be permanent, but there are angles for to kind of like feel it out for like game 1. Like, oh, leave it open, it's fine. Just let's see if our like counter picks are good into it.
Yeah, especially of course because just Ryan is also running Wukong, and I think Wukong is like a very underrated jungler. At the moment, you do see him being picked up a little bit more in solo queue, but we haven't really seen other people play that champion in other teams. So I'm definitely interested to see what just Ryan can do on the Wukong, if it will even be open for him, because he's been phenomenal on that champion.
Yeah, I mean, I think Wukong is just as a champion. I don't look at my solo queue games, but it's a good champion. I've been fan of it as well. I think it's in a super good spot. The difference is, I think you need to draft it as secondary engage, so you can't just do like Enchanter, no engage, etc., and you're just gonna gamble off the Wukong engage. I think it's a super mega pick as secondary. It's not the main engager. It's so oppressive. It's like really like movable around, and it's so slippery with the W, with the E, with the ulti on the clone as well. So there's a lot of different angles you can approach fights, and especially with like 2 or 1 item cores, he does so much damage. The only bad thing with Wukong is his 3/6 pre-item spike. He is completely minion. He is so useless. So it is a way to just draft early into him and just try to play the early game really aggressive and like high pace. So you can kind of put Wukong behind more already than he is in the early game.
Yeah, so I don't think there's like any uncontested jungle picks on both of them for now, but I do think it's interesting because jungle is so important nowadays, especially with like the gold going down, the gold per minute, like games taking so much longer, the XP matters so much more. So the level 6 like champions with great ultimates have much more prio than anything else. It's going to be very fun to watch, I think. But of course we also have to talk about the bottom lane, because between the AD carries, I kind of have to say AP carries as well, because Oppression really likes his Ziggs. It's going to be a very strong flexing from Oppression, because Ziggs is his favorite champion, or at least his most played champion, and together with like the normal AD carries, you can be quite flexible in that role.
Yeah, I think especially Oppression has such a laid-back style as well. So I think champions like Ziggs fits him really well. And he has a good champion pool, which means that it's gonna be hard for Gucci Nebula to ban him out. I haven't seen too much from Sanix. I know he has his like quality champions like Jinx. I think he's played quite some Caitlyn games as well. So I'm not too sure about the matchup in itself, but I think it's too. I think Sanix is more of the aggressive one, and Oppression is more of the come into me and I'll punish you type of AD carry. So it's going to be interesting to see how they play it out in the laning phase, because my guessing is that Sanix will have the lane confidence against Oppression, and Oppression has the more team fight confidence.
I think, yeah, I mean, I fully agree here. I was looking at a bit of the picks. They're not scared to pick Seraphine as well on the Nebula side. So, I mean, SLE Seraphine, we've seen it time and time before. It's just still a good champion. It got a bit nerfed, but I don't really see them straying away from it if they don't need to. The thing with Oppression, I just want to talk about the entire bot lane. Deadly Cheese bot lane is really good at making it very boring. It's not a negative thing, but they can just nullify a lane. They just don't die. They don't necessarily get ahead that easily, I guess, but they don't cost you a lot. While Nebula's bot lane is super aggressive with Loco, great on engages. He like only plays engage damage pretty much. So if you have a good bot lane that can kind of nullify that engage, can play, can scale, it counters really well into the aggressiveness. So Sanix and Loco have been showing. I mean, they're like an insanely good bot lane, right? But there's still always avenues to neutralize how good they are.
Yeah, so let's talk a bit more about support lane, specifically Loco, because Rel has been nerfed, I believe, in this patch already, or is that upcoming? I'm not too sure.
It was this patch, yes.
It was this patch. So Rel has been nerfed quite a lot, and Loco is like, I would say straight up the best Rel player in the SLE. So I wonder if you'll still pick Rel.
Yeah,
I think she's still good in competitive. She's definitely taking a hit when it comes to like solo queue and that kind of playing style, but I still think she's a good support for competitive. She has got a bit tweaked, I would say. So she's definitely not as strong as she was before this patch. That I still think, but I still think they should definitely prioritize Rel because he's been playing really well with it.
Yeah, I mean, from what I've seen from chats, I think they're still gonna likely private the role. It did get hurt with the nerf though. Like, I've heard a lot of people say it feels a lot less good, a bit more clunky, a bit less useful. But the champion always has its value in competitive play. The kit is just so well designed for like having good angles for engages, having it as a main engage, and having just good follow up with like a Galio or like a Wukong, like we talked before. So the champion just gives so much, like it has to give so much value to team comp because I can do so much. So I think there's still gonna be a prior for Nebula to get low code this well.
All right, so I was just informed that it won't be Lord Lighty playing today for Deadly Chi. It will actually be Taria / Inari in the support role, and the jungle will actually be filled by Krolux. So Wukong might not be out of the picture, but a certain Yeti might be.
Damn, I mean, I don't know. That's just okay, I don't want to be negative, but I think Nebula's gonna 3-0 destroy them. Then, like, if you're gonna have double subs in the finals, it's just takes a bit away, right? Like you're playing as double subs. They can't play on the best. Like
it might add a surprise factor, right? I mean, sometimes I guess it is a internet issue for both of the players, so. Unfortunately, they won't be making it to the finals here, but of course, shouts to both of them.
I mean, maybe it's like a temporary issue, right? Maybe it can be fixed later on, right? That's the only thing. Like we can just hope for the fact that they will be back for game 2 or for game 3, or something like that. But
I mean, it would be really cool. I mean, not so much for Taria and Krolux, but like if they go down 0-2 and then both of them they can connect to the internet once again, and then they suddenly reverse sweep it.
That would be cool. I mean, it would be cool. I think it's gonna be a fucking long night, but I just hope that they get fixed pretty easily, because it takes away from your win as well, right? Of course, like winning feels nice, but winning as 2 subs, it just doesn't feel as good, right? It takes away. It's like you're playing against a team in the finals with like the 3 best players injured. It just you win and you're mega happy and you're proud of yourself.
Yeah, definitely true. Let's speak about another lane though, because we want to win, and winning, of course, you can only really do that through mid lane. Yes, I'm a mid laner, that's why I'm saying that. So Itchy up against Icehound. Very, very aggressive mid laners, both of them. And like, I want to say Icehound usually is known for the Katarina and Akali, but he has been flexing quite a bit, and so has Itchy have been doing that. So Zikan, what can you tell me about them?
I think they're 2 really good mid laners. Probably one of the best in the SLE this split for sure. It's gonna be a fun matchup to see because I think they're both quite aggressive players, at least from what I've seen, and they seem to be coming in with a lot of confidence. And I think Icehound will want to prove himself. Now it's of course going to be a lot harder with 2 subs in his team, but I still think he can show the viewers, at least, and the casters, the 1v1 matchup. So I think this will be probably the matchup to look at the most.
I mean, yeah, I think like the thing is, like, the comparison between some mid laners. By the way, we can turn the cams on as well if you want to. Again, without clip running. I think the thing is with like the mid lane matchup here, Icehound is such a like flashy player, outplays Akali, like the cool champ, right? And Itchy is such a good champion into making those. He's like very good into assassin players. His playstyle is really good because he just picks anything what's needed for his team. Mr. Leftovers, they call them. But he just picks anything that's really good for his team that kind of nullifies those lanes and just kind of neutralized Icehound in a way, right? Lissandra, Galio, like Lulu, Karma. It doesn't really matter what you pick. Itchy will just play something that's kind of neutralize the lane, and it will always be useful, right? Even if he goes down 15-20 CS, maybe he just roam stop or bot. So he's just gonna try to like, counter Itchy's playstyle, Icehound's playstyle with his picks.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting between the two mid laners, of course, between the entire teams, especially with two subs filling in for Deadly Chi. I hope they can still make it close. Of course, we don't want to see a 3-1 again. We don't want to see a 3-0. We want to see a 3-2 at the very least for when in a situation where it can go anywhere between the two teams. So Dutch and Zekan, I want some predictions from you two.
You go first, Dutch.
I originally had prediction 3-1 Nebula because I think Nebula is just a better squad. I had Deadly Cheat just take one game because they probably just have one good draft and they just outplay it better. But not gonna lie, if I hear 2 subs, I think it's gonna be the fastest finals ever, and it's gonna be a 3-0.
Yeah, I'm going the same direction, honestly. I think it's a quick 3-0 for Nebula here. Yeah.
Yeah. So with that, 3-0 is the prediction for the analysts. Let's see with the casters if it's going to be different.
Hello. Hello. Beautiful ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the grand final. Thank you for the amazing startup while we waited from the analyst desk. I'm Gloomy, joined by the wonderful Sylvanix. Are you excited for this finals?
Hello, greetings everyone. I'm super excited, of course. The news is that there are some subs playing, which definitely kind of dampeners is a dampener on the hype train, but I think we'll get an exciting matchup nonetheless. I think the analyst desk were breaking down some interesting points there. I'd like to know what your take on both these squads, their journey to get here, of course, and if you have any opinions on how this series will go.
Personally, I originally suspected it to be a nice 3-1, which is the same score they had so far in the when they faced each other in the playoffs. With the substitute situation, of course, there might be a little bit of a change. I do now think it is going to be a 3-0, which, while yes, a lot of the most of the core members are still there, it is always a big impact when you play with the substitute. It just makes a very, very big difference, and also mentally, like you're in your own head, you're like, oh fuck, we already lost against them. Now we even have to substitute. Like, how can things get any worse, right? But both these teams definitely deserve to be in this position. I think at the start of the split, from what I read through reading chats and all this, Nebula was kind of on the low radar. Deadly Chi, I think, was considered one of the mechanical powerhouses. Not nearly sure the start is quite a long time ago from this point, but yeah, just two very strong rosters that are facing against each other. And do you have any more insight on that we hear here, since you are, the master of Chi?
Oh gosh. Okay. Well, first of all, I am casting as Adrian Lee. I'm not casting as anyone related to these teams. But I mean, my opinion of both these teams is, I mean, speaking on in terms of, good Chi, I think it's widely known within the good Chi community that it's kind of like the light side against the dark side here. Nebula are the favorites. They resonate very similarly and very well amongst everyone else. Whereas Deadly Chi, they're a bit more of the dark side, kind of like the Sith in Star Wars. Weirdly enough, not to relate anything to Star Wars because that's not real. But yeah, I think their gameplays replicate this perfectly. Deadly Chi, I think the name could not have been chosen in a better way. They are quick to break you apart if you make that mistake. I think some of the highlights I've seen of Deadly Chi kind of it reminds me a little bit of like sometimes when wildcard teams win games of Worlds, it's random, it's quick, but it's fast, and it might not make sense. It's like sometimes when you see Fnatic like lose to a Brazilian team, you're always like, what the hell did happen? That's kind of how Deadly Chi play and operate. Like they're unexpected. They're like the villains essentially. Whereas Nebula, they're the bright side. They're the bog standard. They are what every team in the SLE are trying to do. but they just do it better. So I think that is the interesting comparison in these two teams. I think draft-wise, it changes a lot because of the fact that there are subs. However, the meta has not changed. Skarner is open, Swain is open, and that gets first pick straight away.
Yeah, Swain is a pick I wanted to talk about. It's a champion that has been very successful on both sides. We have seen Jeff with some incredible plays when he picked it up in the top lane. We have seen Xanax perform very well, a champion where he was just able to outplay these 1v3s, be wherever he needed to. A very powerful champion in the meta. On the other hand, we see Skarner and Corki being picked up by Nebula, another two powerhouses. So something that is very different compared to the regular season. Something we see a lot in the SLE is where comfort is often very important. Here we just see power pick after power pick after power pick being picked up. Something I really like to see. Now it's just if these players are able to properly pilot these champions, which they all have shown so far that they can, which is why they are here in the finals.
Yeah, I think a lot of comfort picks are being picked up here. We've seen Shy operate the Skarner multiple times across the split. Corki as well, a champion that Nebula have been able to flex, and Deadly Chi. They lock in Sejuani. I think really, really nice pickup. I think this fit just Ryan as well, but obviously it is Krolux as we already have discussed, and he is going to be able to pick up that Sejuani. A comfort pick, not that complicated. Deadly Chi, they have a lot of power picks in their hands. The Swain, you can move that basically anywhere, and I'm pretty sure all of their players knows how to play this champion. The Varus, I'm almost certain I've seen Icehound play the Varus before, so you can even move that into the mid lane if you really want to. There's a lot of flex picks, but on Nebula, they are getting every single thing that they want. Ruzu Kasante, Corki flex into both Itchy and Sanix, Shy on his Skarner, and it feels like in a game one where momentum is key to build into the rest of the series, Nebula are locking down those comfort picks and making sure that they are playing this first game in the best way possible.
Yeah. One thing though that I really like about Deadly Chi is the Sejuani pickup. It's comfort, it is simple, and most importantly, it synergizes so well with Icehound's mid lane champ pool. He is known for these melee champions like Silas, Akali, Katarina. It's just melee mid lane champions, which fit just so nice in a mid jungle 2v2 with the Sejuani. But in the end, they could also just look for Varus flex, which would be kind of bad for the Sejuani, but it can give them the slight edge in the draft. Overall, we are seeing Na being taken away, so they do respect that the Swain can be flexed around. On the other hand, Silas, who would be a very strong pick for Nebula here, since there's some incredible ult potential on the side of Deadly Chi.
Yeah, definitely. I do think Deadly Chi are drafting a nice front-to-back team composition. You can see Nebula kind of emulating the exact same thing. So the next two picks from both sides of the draft will round up the composition in terms of what both teams want to do. But so far, the first three picks have just signified these two teams are taking this game one almost as like a let's just pick the most basic team composition we possibly can. Download the information of our opponents and just play it in a straight up front to back situation. And the bans are coming through. Smolder taken off the board, another champion that has been flexed by Deadly Chi even into the top lane, mid lane, and the AD carry position. You see Orianna taken away. Deadly Chi, they might be looking for that Syndra pick with that Orianna ban. And I know contesting wise, these two mid laners are very, very good at the Syndra Orianna matchup. Itchy, a very, very talented Orianna player. I've been speaking to him and he's been confident on the Orianna and obviously Icehound on the Syndra, but instead it is indeed Itchy picking up the Syndra. And I've got some context. He's been messaging me throughout the week, discussing this Syndra pick, figuring out how do I beat this champion, what are the weaknesses, the strengths of this champion, to us concluding that this champion is extremely powerful. It does so much burst damage in the team fights. It actually scales and has the ability to 100 to 0 in the laning phase if you play it well enough. And the response to that is going to be the Yone. And again, it's another flex pick, and we have no idea at this current moment in time where any of these champions are going.
Yeah, if this would be Yon in mid, I really, really like this. The two champs that are historically good. But I would have expected someone like an Akali coming out of here of Icehound. But in case this is the Yon mid, which, like you said, can also be flexed, is I think also quite a good matchup into the Kasante. Not 100% sure on that. Top lane is not my expertise, but if it is a Yon mid, it's a very nice matchup into the Syndra. It is early game melee versus range, yes, but Syndra later on will never be allowed to even touch the side lane. And with the Melio being picked up, I am 90% sure it is a Yon mid. We have seen what Jeff can do on this lane, and I think they want to repeat the success they already had with this pick.
Yep, Milio locked in a really nice enchanter to pick up here as well, trying to keep everyone safe. The scary thing is Blitzcrank, I was literally about to say, is open. We have both already seen what has happened when you give Loco the Blitzcrank Milio matchup or Blitzcrank into Enchanter matchup. It's not a good ending for the opposition. Loco, in the grand finals, we've seen multiple occasions how this player can clutch it up. And let's not forget the argument here. This man is on the brink of breaking history. He is about to make a name for himself. There is an opportunity for him to just stand out above the rest. The history of this league now is in shatters if this man picks up his next title. 3-time SLE champion. No one else can hoist this title, and Loco is about to do that, and he's got his hands on his Blitzcrank.
Yeah, it would definitely be a legendary achievement. Something, like you said, that has never been done before. And the Blitzcrank, he has played it before. He looked amazing on it, and it also fits very well into the Melio. This bot lane of Strategy is going to have such a rough time playing against the Corki Blitzcrank. Corki, already a champion that does so much damage in the early game, scales incredibly well. It's like this champ can kind of do anything for no reason. And pair this up with the Blitzcrank, who, if you just make one slight misstep, you are dead in this bot lane. You don't have a Nautilus that can face tank it for you. You don't have a tank there in the bot lane, basically. You just have these two squishy champions with the Varus and the Melio. One hook, and you're basically gone. The burst of the Corki, the long range rep with the Blitzcrank is just, there's always a 100 to 0 damage risk that Deadly Chi has to keep in mind. On the other hand, I really like the mid jungle of Deadly Chi, the Sejuani Yone, something we have talked about in the duration of this draft, that picking up the Sejuani synergizes very, very well with Icehound's champion pool. The Yone pickup does confirm this, what we talked about. Also very nice matchup into the Syndra. So I am very scared for Nebula that their mid jungle 2v2 can kind of blow up during the mid game once this Yone reaches this one item. If this Sejuani does some nice ganks, especially after the level 6, Yone with the Unstoppable with his ultimate can just go overly scatter the weak of the Syndra. So what Syndra usually has against champion like the Akali is if the Akali is not very careful, if she doesn't play very well, she always has the disengage tool. But the Yone can just kind of hop over that, can just kind of ignore that and still look for this 100 to 0. And this is a lot of danger for the Syndra. So I think what Deadly Chi really wants to do is burn the flash early out of the Syndra and then just completely abuse the fact that she's an immobile mage.
Yeah, Syndra definitely going to be in danger against the Sejuani Yone. It's not the easiest thing to do, of course. I think the recommendation always as Syndra in these 2v2 scenarios where you are kind of the one in threat is to hold on to that E. Syndra E has so much value in this game. You're going to be able to stop Swain from running forward in his ultimate. You're also going to be able to stop Yone when he uses the E. There's a lot of things you can interrupt with the Syndra E. And Itchy, I wanted to talk about this particular player once again. The general opinion throughout his time at the SLE was he was always a very solid player in his role and very respected, but he had his weaknesses, all right? And, I was coming into today's series and I was thinking, what are his weaknesses now? He's improved so much, and you look at the games and, I spoke to him, he himself said, I think my weaknesses are the same, I'm just a bit more consistent, but to be frankly honest, I watch his games, I'm like, I don't actually know what his weaknesses are. It feels like he's covered his issues of the past, and he's up against Icehound, and, what's your opinion of Icehound in this mid lane matchup here?
I do think Icehound, a champion that can be very, very oppressive during the laning phase. From my experience of account, when I played against him, he was very, very in the face, and Itchy, on the other hand, like you said, a player that is just so well-rounded at this point, very little weaknesses, especially for the level of the SLE. He's just reached a point where I feel like he can't handle any pressure. He can be the one doing the pressure. He can play out of his lane. He can play for his lane. Such a flexible player. And I feel like if Icehound is having a really, really good day, he can beat Itchy in the lane. But in case that happens, Itchy is just not going to play for that. I think on a pick like the Syndra, it is going to be a little bit rougher, playing for the roams, playing for the moves, playing for other lanes. It's a bit harder than if, for example, you pick something up like the Talia, a champ he's very famous on. But Itchy will always find a way to still have his impact, to still be there in these very small chances, that he's not just straight up winning the laning phase.
Yeah, I think this matchup is always really hype. As draft is now obviously completed, we actually discussed the intricacies between both drafts, but on a more holistic view, do you have a preference or do you have a prediction on which team has won out on the drafting phase?
I think I slightly prefer Nebula's draft. With I overall, I think the top side of Deadly G does have the slight edge over Nebula, but especially the fact that not especially. I think with the top side being stronger on the Deadly G, in my opinion, Corki Blitzcrank is just going to be way too strong, and the Sejuani probably has to live in bot lane to give the bot some room to breathe. And while that happens, Syndra is just going to scale extremely into the game, and Ruzu on this Cassandra is not a player that is just going to get beat down and solo killed by this Swain. I don't know a lot about this matchup, but I do assume that is Cassandra champion in general, that it's not going to just get pushed out. So I personally give a bit of an edge to Nebula in this draft, but I think if this Swain gets rolling, if this Young gets rolling, Deadly Chi has a very good chance to just still win it.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think Deadly Chi, it's really scary. I think I do want to talk about something that obviously, whilst putting in substitutes that are like allegedly worse than the starting players, is a disadvantage to them. I think one thing that isn't necessarily discussed is, and I've been myself in this position before, but for the opposite side, when you're preparing a game into two players that are unknown quantities to you, it's like you don't really know what to expect, and weirdly enough, this could end up being a double-edged sword for Deadly Chi. Whilst this could work against them, this could work for them as well, in the sense that Nebula, they probably had an idea. Loco has shown his ability to play into Lord Lighty, or Shy probably had an understanding of how Just Ryan plays and tries to run around the map facilitating his laners. However, they now come into this game. Do they know what Krolux is going to do on the Sejuani? Do they know how good who's the support Phil?
I don't know.
Who? Oh, Amy. Right. Yeah. Like, do they know anything about these players? And the truth is like the answer is not really. So could end up working in their favor. But going back to the draft, obviously, I think the side of Nebula, they have the champions that they are comfortable on. I think comfort in a game one of any grand final, regardless of what level we are playing at, it's always important to make sure you get your comfort picks. And I definitely think Nebula have their comfort picks as we are finally loaded into the game.
Finally in the game, and we are seeing that Deadly Chi is looking for a cheeky 5-man in the bot lane. Gonna probably try to get an early kill onto the Corki, maybe burn a summoner spell, so they can relieve some pressure off the bottom of Deadly Chi here. But Nebula not really stepping up unnecessarily, just doing a simple 5-point cover. And where do you think action is gonna happen here in this early game?
Well, so honestly, I do think action. Oh, okay. We're fixing some mini-map issue because it was absolutely massive. It's a good thing. Hey, if anyone here plays Solo Queue, take a note out of our producer's playbook. He's enlarged that mini-map, making sure he knows he is paying attention. That map awareness is 10 out of 10. Why is our producer not playing in this game, actually, to be honest? No. Anyway, so yeah. First game. Is action going to happen early? I think if that is the case, it's going to be happening towards this mid-jungle 2v2. Varus into Milio. Kind of hard to start any fight. If Blitzcrank does get that rogue hook, obviously Milio is going to be in a heap of trouble. But if you're the side of Deadly Chi, you have to kind of take into account that there is a Syndra and a Corki on the opposite side of the rift. Once late game hits, these guys will be shredding through any front line that Deadly Chi can put in front of them. Yes, the Swain has fantastic sustain, and of course the Sejuani, we all know how tanky she can really get towards the latter stages of a game, but realistically, the Syndra Corki will have way too much damage, and Yone, Varus do a lot of damage themselves, but I mean, this is Corki Syndra we're talking about, two of the strongest late game hyper carries, and I do consider Syndra to be a hyper carry in the mid lane, so they need to be careful of that, and what Nebula, they have a lot of tools to play for the late game, but I mean, of course, they have tools like the Blitzcrank that can enable them in the early game as well.
Yeah, I do agree with the fact that the Syndra in the late game, as well as the Corki, just going to be so damn oppressive, especially Syndra with the true damage on the W, with the execute on the ultimate. But I might have to hold my thought as Krolux is spotting Loki, is a level ahead, and he's just going to stack his passive instantly. He is going to get proc, Loki's going to get a little bit of chunk, but that is about to be it.
Yep. Decent gank to chunk out the Blitzcrank. The only problem with this gank is it gives away the position and the level. Of course, you can see Krolux hasn't done that red buff yet, and probably when he showed, you could take a gambled guess that Nebula are communicating that that red buff has not been completed. So, Krolux a little bit slower on the clear, and Itchy might even W this, which would be a disaster.
Itchy!
No. I don't know how much of a good play this is, because Icehound is on the way. No way!
Wait.
That is a stroke of genius, because Krolux can't... He's a level down now and Shy. He can't contest this Scuttle Crab. Shy's going to be able to get both bot side crab and the top side crab. Krolux still has to do his clear. Look at the CS between the jungles. Shy might even be able to go for a mid gank here. Probably not, though. He's actually taking away the Raptor camp, so Itchy, it might seem a little goofy. I thought he was in danger because Icehound was coming, but he actually just TPs into mid lane, doesn't lose anything, and then just puts the Sejuani miles behind. Shy is 32 CS to 16.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a very big lead for Shy. Oh, wait, I have to drop myself here as Loco does a beautiful look on the Krolux flash. It's being forced out of the Sejuani, and this gank went horrible for Deadly G. Oh wait, Ison on the other hand might be the one to fall. Deadly G failed to play in the bot lane, but Nebula did not. First blood into the pocket of Shy.
It's like clockwork, and it was a series of events. The thing about League of Legends, everything has consequences, and Shy might be looking for another gank in the top side.
Yeah, Shy already got more than enough CS. He's just looking for the kills now. Jeff doesn't have the ultimate quite yet. Beautiful sidestep on the drift by Shy. Wuzu does cancel his W. Jeff is just gonna walk it off. Nobody's gonna die quite yet, and no summon spells are gonna be burned in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's a lot to discuss here. That red buff's takeaway from Itchy was really intelligent, but as I was talking about, it all boils down to Krolux revealing his position and what he has cleared out before, like, on the first gang. Showing up without a red buff kind of just signifies you have not done your bot side camps. And then, obviously, we saw that ward placed by Nebula. I didn't quite see who
it was Itchy.
Placed it. It was Itchy. Well done to him. He placed that ward, notified that Krolux, late on the clear, heads over, slightly behind on the pacing, meaning that he did have to use the flash to take away the red buff, TPs into mid lane as Icehound is moving down to collapse, and then sets the wave up in a position where Shy can then go from the crab, knowing that Krolux is still yet to complete his clear, needing to do the Krogs, and move back into the mid side, having the timer on the gank, gets the first blood, and beautiful play from Gucci Nebula to start this series off.
Yeah, it's a very nice play, especially to put Shy in a very good position, putting him in the lead. On the other hand, the downside of this is with Itchy had a very nice flashy play, but he's down both summoner spells. The flash very important in this matchup versus Leon, especially if the Sejuani does decide to look for a gank. And he's now also down like a quarter level, maybe even half a level, because he had to use the teleport in that way instead of teleporting back to the lane. But there might be a fight breaking out in the bottom. There's Loco with a beautiful hook onto a pressure. The shields are coming through from Meteor, but is it enough? There's now a little bit of a fight breaking out. Both sides are just going to walk it off with the barrier being popped by oppression.
Yeah, I like that discipline from Nebula. It's a 4v3. Itchy not able to move immediately, so you back off in that fight, even though you do get a nice Herc and Loco.
Oh.
So close from getting another. But Shy might be looking here.
Yeah, Shy might be the one who's looking. Oppression does have potential available, and he's gonna use it, and so is Inari. Both of
Wow.
them first burned out of that support, and this is a summoner's last bot lane for that TG.
Yep. Double flashes down on the bot side. Itchy getting a ward onto the blue buff, and I think Itchy is playing this extremely well. And the interesting thing is you compare these two champions in the mid lane. The Yone is supposedly should be the one getting deep vision into the opposite jungle to pressure the jungler as well, but instead it's in the hands of Itchy, who's doing it on the control mage into the melee mid laner. So well done, and props to him for being able to do that. Yeah, and Summoner's missing on the bottom side, and you know, you discussed the risk of Syndra not being able to play with Flash against this mid jungle, but there's no risk whatsoever because that Flash is right back up. The good thing about Deadly Chi's last decision is moving 4 people over to that dragon play, making sure they secured that bottom side objective without losing a timer on these 3 grubbers. They can actually play this. However, Jeff is kind of out of mana.
Yeah, this should just gonna be a free grab. Jeff doesn't have the teleport available right now. He does have duel, but once again, and without mana, he can't really do anything. Loco looking for a beautiful look onto Inari.
Yeah.
No summoner spells available for the poor support. And all out is going to get used by Ruse. A little bit overkill, but it's going to secure the kill into the pocket of the top lane.
Yep. Honestly, not exact. I wouldn't actually phrase that as overkill because you saw Krolax on the other side. Maybe you could have entered the fight to protect Inari, but unfortunately, with the all-out and Cassante for whatever reason being able to just drag you 2 screens away from where you originally were, it did mean that Inari was as good as dead. Flashless Milio dragged into the enemy team, meaning you're going to drop a Nebula now. 2-0 up in kills. This gold lead right now is growing to a very scary position, and we discussed the idea that Syndra Corki are very good late game champions, but when they are ahead at this point in the game, it's not a good omen to what is going to happen later on.
Yeah, the late game is going to be so impressive off Nebula. With yes, the big spike from Deadly Chi is going to be on 1-2 items, so they're still going to have a nice chance during the mid game. It's only a 2k gold lead. It's not going to be the end of the world. Nothing is over yet. There are no nails in the coffin quite yet. So there's still a lot of things doable for Deadly Chi. We also see Ison did pick up the call. Once he finishes that up, it's going to be a lot of gold into his pocket, and so that is going to be a nice change, a nice chance that Deadly Chi is going to have. And talking about nice chance for Prolog, nope, it's going to get spotted by the ward. But yeah, the mid game is going to be where Deadly Chi wants to wait. Ison is maybe looking for.
Ooh, yeah, Fate Sealed, kind of using the mid lane. You can see Icehound going for an aggressive trade, but actually almost dropping himself. I think had Icehound had a bit more damage, you can see in his inventory, it's recurve. Sorry, is it called recurve bow? It is, right? Yeah, recurve bow. It's attack speed. Obviously, there's on hit in the passive, but not that much flat out damage. And so Itchy gonna save his life. Didn't have to use a flash in a 3v3. Might break out here.
Yeah, 3v3 might break out to D. Xenix is just gonna get one pop. You see? No, he's flashing out. He's somehow alive quite here. Xenix trying to do as much as possible we can to support the Shy. Beautiful ultimate by Shy. Inari kind of failing her own ultimate, not timing it right. So nobody is gonna die. You have this beautiful engage coming out of Prolog.
Yeah, great engage from Krolux on top of Sanix, but unfortunately, with Shy coming in, it does buy enough time for the Corki to get out alive. No flashes anyway from the bot side of Deadly Chi, so it was a scary situation to play with, but because of Sanix's chunked out health bar, he couldn't really step up to do the damage, so it was only the Skarner and the Blitzcrank DPSing onto this impaled target, and fortunately for them, no one died. Because that going badly for Deadly Chi could have been terrible, considering that they were the ones starting the play. So surviving that was good, but the fact that no kills were picked up in that 3v3 is also not good, considering Nebula are already ahead.
Yeah, Deadly Chi really just needs to try to get something, and this looked so good for them. Sanix went so low, he was the C-chain, but it just was not there quite yet. That is the thing. That is a big issue with having this Milio in the bot lane. There is no more follow-up CC by the support, but I might have to hope my for this product is going to get spotted by low. Oh, no. Both is just going to be very fast while running away. There might be a fight here for the dragon. Shy is just going to clear the ward, and I think I will pass it to you for now.
Yeah.
Oh,
well,
wait,
the
it-
solo kill in the mid lane though, as that is not how that matchup goes, and that just changes the the way this dragon objective is going to be played around. You can see Krolux moving over to the mid lane. I doubt he's going to be able to achieve anything. Probably just going to pick up the wave. And Itchy, what a performance already in topside 1v1.
Yeah, there's a 1v1 coming out. Jeff is healing a lot. He's also trying to do some damage. Ruzu does have the Olot available in case it is coming to it. Jeff, he did now run off the ultimate, but Ruzu is just gonna freeze the wave nice and clean.
Yeah, not a good situation for the solo lanes of Deadly Chi. You have Icehound who picked Yone into this Syndra, gets solo killed, 1v1 isolated, and then in the mid lane, Icehound might be in more trouble.
Yeah, poor Iceland. He does have the flash available if needed, but Loco is just gonna pull him around like he wants to. Iceland with the ultimate is trying to get out of it, but tried it with the impale. Now, this is a very nice help on the side of Deadly Chi to get the mid lane out of this danger.
Yeah, really close there. Icehound able to just avoid those last pieces of damage that could have spelled his death, his third death of the game. And fortunately for him, he will survive, but that just makes this next grubber take borderline impossible. You can see Deadly Chi have moved their bottom lane over into the mid lane, but I don't even think that's enough. Itchy is 1-0-1, Luden's already completed. Sanix is just able to chill on the bottom side of the map, clearing out those waves, whilst Deadly Chi, they're just going to have to watch another objective crumble in front of their eyes with no option to contest. And it's, again, off the back of Icehound, overstepping his boundaries in the mid lane. In that dragon objective, it was him getting solo killed this time around. Him stepping too far forward, almost dying to the jungle support of Gucci Nebula. And Icehound, he needs to be a little bit more careful on these objective timers. When these objectives are spawning, you cannot risk a heavy trade / your life. And that has been the key for Nebula, opening these last two objectives on the map for them.
Yeah, I feel like Icehound's just feeling a lot of the pressure on him. He is this Yone, he is a player, a champion that in a situation like this has to be able to step up and carry the games. And maybe this pressure is just getting a bit too much for him. Maybe he's just trying a little bit too much, too much, and it's just more than he should do, more than he can do, and it's just leading himself into a worse situation than he could actually be. But yeah.
Yep. It could be his. Well, those 6 grubs now secured. Because you never are going to have so much pushing power. Looking at the health bar of this bot lane turret, there's probably not much life left in this one. Krolux arriving in the bot side, and he has managed to avoid a lot of the vision, so I don't think there's information on where the Sejuani is. But Shy being on the bottom side of the map as well might make things difficult for them. As I am sniffing a potential 3v3 breaking out very soon. Both junglers on the bottom side of the map. Of course, there's not really much to fight over at the current moment in time. I'm actually surprised both teams have opted not to move their bot lane closer to this Rift Herald. But Krolux hanging behind, going for another potential lane gank. And we'll see if anything happens here.
Yeah, but on the other side, we also see a little bit of a 1v1 in the top lane. Jeff does here have the ultimate available, and Ruzu also has the all-out, but it's most likely just a little bit of top lane banter in it.
Yeah, Kasante champion. How many reworks and he still can do this? Actually, ultimate being used there.
Yeah, this might be a little bit more than just top lane banter, as Jeff does a lot of damage here to poor Ruzu. Kasante might be broken, but Swain is the new kid on the block after his little rework.
Wow, I'm actually surprised. Oh. Well,
anyways, back to the top lane 1v1.
Yeah, top lane 1v1. I was very surprised that Ruzu actually. I feel like I've seen so many times, like we've both casted games where Ruzu's been in these intense 1v1s. He's played it confidently, but you could see at some point he kind of just conceded and tried to get out of there. That's not the Ruzu way. That's not what we know of this player. And maybe the pressure of the grand finals getting to him there. He didn't even use the ultimate. Had flash, had ultimate, had everything he could use, and just kind of just walked away and took damage and died. So unfortunate for him, but fortunately for him is that fight in the mid lane. Shy and Itchy both respectively picking up kills for themselves. And again, Icehound, we talked about this mid lane matchup. We discussed how he is having a split, you know, arguably rookie of the split, right? And unfortunately in the grand finals, first game 0-3, not showing up on a champion that fits his playstyle extremely well. but he's up against a veteran in Itchy. He's been here before. He knows what it's like to compete at a grand finals in the SLE. And yeah, I mean, we'll see if Icehound can find his way back into this series. But so far, Itchy has been the dominant mid laner.
Yeah, it's just Syndra's a champion that once she gets rolling, if she already kills you once, it just feels like it's so unplayable. But this is something we might have to talk about in a little bit, as Deadly Chi is stepping up a little bit of his fight. Xenix had to W Alpha teleport coming out from Ruzu. Krolux went to the first target to fall here, but he's so damn tanky. Shy being knocked away by a Nari. Deadly Chi now stepping forward to the mid wave, trying to get that mid trio, but beautiful reaction by Oppression is gonna dodge the flash hook by Loco. Be careful, Shy might be the first target here. He's alone, he's without his team, but Nebula, they are moving to help, but ooh, stun does not connect to the front line, but what does connect is Ruzu. Krolux is gonna get shredded to death here. Beautiful ultimate coming out from the Navi, and so many thunder spells are falling around. Jeff is the first one to fall, Icehound is next. Krolux, Suppression, Denari are the rest of Deadly Chi. They're trying to run away, but beautiful Skeleton Week coming out of Itchy is going to secure the kill onto the ADC. It's Krolux and Denari. Hook does not fully connect, but this is so big for Nebula and the free Drake.
It's an elongated fight and one that goes so heavily in favor of Gucci Nebula. And I discussed again, this Syndra and Corki being ahead in the early game is not a good thing. As we head into the replay, we can see exactly what happened. Shy catches the Swain with the Impale, and Jeff, the uptime on this Swain ultimate was barely nothing. Icehound missed everything on Itchy, as Itchy was just kiting backwards. And I feel like Yone has so much tools with the Fate Sealed and the Q3 to play these team fights out well. But if you're only just focusing one target, and that one target is dodging everything you throw at him, it's completely irrelevant. The point of that Yone pick is just deemed useless. And unfortunately for him, Itchy was the guy dodging everything, and none of that Yone damage landed onto the backline of Nebula, meaning that Sanix was able to free hit on the other side. Itchy tanked up the pressure and actually managed to win out on that 1v1 in the back end of that fight. And so Nebula just rolled through this objective fight. They are dominating this game, and much like many games throughout their split so far, it has just been cruise control. And I don't think Deadly Chi are making the right plays to battle what Nebula are doing.
Yeah, Deadly Chi just taking fights they just kind of cannot take. Krolux getting picked out by Ruzu with a nice engage, just instantly open up the entire fight for Nebula. What Deadly Chi really needs is for Icehound to get to his 2-3 items, because and Jeff to get there, because we have seen Yones everywhere, at Worlds, wherever you look. A Yone with 2 and 3 items, even when he's 0 and 4, can just single-handedly carry a game from the side and in the team fight. He's a very obnoxious champion, a very strong champion, and a very well-scaling champion. So if you put enough eggs into the Icehound basket, there is still a chance for them to win, but Passion might be the one to fall. A lot of damage coming up from Itchy, and that's just going to be a one-shot. Krolux might be the next, doesn't possess available. Xenix is here to join in. Beautiful Impale coming out of Shy, and it's 2 kills and a rampage for the jungle.
Yep, no vision on the bottom side. You had no idea where Itchy was. You can see the 1-3-1 setup here from Deadly Chi. You're taking the assumption that Syndra is going to play on the bottom side, but there's the wards from Deadly Chi. You can see they're kind of dispersed defensively, meaning that river is not covered by any vision, meaning that Itchy got that flag onto Oppression and Krolux, and it was a one-shot. And Syndra one-shotting at 20 minutes into the game is terrifying to know if you are anyone on Deadly Chi, let alone the AD carry. We see in the replay here, no vision control from Deadly Chi. There's no information on where Itchy is. The fight, it's a straight-up pincer set up by Shy and Loco. They start entering through the wall on the top side, Itchy on the bottom side. Where can you go if you are members of Deadly Chi? There is no exit route, and in this first game, there is no exit route so far being set up by Therm, as Nebula are just closing down the doors. They are setting up the cage, and they are struggling, thriving in the chaos, and Nebula really dominating in this game one. 10 kills to 1, 2 dragons up already, the Barra buff already secured. Deadly Chi, they're running out of options. The list of things they can do to combat what Nebula are throwing in their face is diminishing as time goes by, and slowly but surely, Inari is going to die here.
Yeah, now we got hit by a beautiful look. He doesn't flash available. The Skeleton Week of Ichigata is just going to one-shot them. Poor. Krolux this time at least can get away, but it's going to be a red buff and yet another kill. 1-11.
Yeah, and it's domination from Nebula. And it's difficult to, you know, ignore the fact that Deadly Chi are playing with 2 subs, and it is an unfortunate situation for them. They are doing the best with what they have, but you can see Nebula just really playing this out well. The only mistake they really made was a bit of a hiccup on that 1v1 on the top side, but other than that, it's been flawless gameplay, starting from the off in that invade with Itchy, just taking away that red buff. But again, might just be a little bit of inexperience, you know, going for that first gank before doing your full clear. This is something, you know, some cheese play that works in solo queue, but in a competitive scenario, communication's gonna go. He's ganking on this timer. He hasn't done his bot side camps. Itchy goes for the invade, takes away red buff, sets up the whole game in this very position that you're seeing on your screen right now. And yeah, inhibitor turrets are going to be the next focus. They've broken down that second layer of structures. Nebula, they're playing this one out slowly, not making any mistakes. Of course, there are big shutdowns, so you can't overstep too much. There are still tools here for Deadly Chi to win out fights. You know, as much as Icehand's behind, he is playing Yone as he's going aggressive.
Yeah, they are looking for a fight. They are looking for a miracle, but Chai is here again. The Impale comes through. No, beautiful play for Prism. Coming out from Krolox, making sure the Chai cannot get him. But beautiful Freeman. Impale does not matter. Esinari is just gonna cleanse it all. It's broken champ versus broken champ. Right,
Oh,
but if number
Itchy.
beautiful get out of the weak by Itchy. Oppression is gonna survive it thanks to the heal of Inari. And whoa, what a fight on the edge here.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Deadly Chi, that you can put them so far behind, but they will not be scared to find the angle. It's actually a decent fight. Really nice ultimate coming out from Inari, but on the back end of that, Itchy, in the middle of being hit by a never move, almost turns the play and gets a kill onto Oppression himself. And so that forces Deadly Chi off this play. This was actually, I was looking and I was like, this is a potential objective contest that they can go for, but with Oppression losing both summoners, that no longer becomes viable as they all have to back away. They concede that third dragon, and Nebula are on soul point. Baron buffs are brought down, so Deadly Chi have a bit of breathing room, but Krolox might be in danger. Oh.
Yeah, Krolox, no, he can just jump away. No objective really up. Baron up in 230. Some time for Deadly Chi to finally breathe just a little bit. Maybe get the second item into the own, that shield bow, to give him a little bit of survivability so he can survive next time he uses ultimate. But Loco might be looking for something. Hook does go wide, but Chain of Corruption is going to get forced out of Oppression. And this time, he's the one being oppressed.
Yep. So Oppression's been practicing on that skill gap, so I was able to just dodge that one. Hey, before anyone says anything, they're gonna help SLE too, okay? Just stop talking. Anyway. I don't know if I was allowed to say that. Spoilers, whatever. But yeah, they try to look for a pick. Oppression, nice sidestep getting himself out of there. You can see Deadly Chi, they are having an eye out for potential catches. It's just, the water gap's too big. See that last fight there, Shy was spending about at least 5 seconds taking damage from everything that Deadly Chi have for him to just merely walk out anyway. So that's kind of my worry and concern in this current state of time. Oh gosh, why our producer has just opened up a cosmic disaster, because I didn't realize that's a lot of zeros on my screen. And I mean, that's kind of the problem, right? You can see Oppression only now finishing that Kraken Slayer. Still doesn't even have boots, weirdly enough. I feel like Berserker Greaves is actually widely accepted as quite an important thing to purchase on Varus, especially if you're going on hit. But hey, I don't know. I'm not an AD carry. Maybe I'm wrong, but if I remember correctly, like, you probably should rush this on a lot of on-hit champions. But yeah, they are just really far behind. The itemization doesn't look good, but hey, I'm watching Sanix on mid-wave, so could be an angle here.
Yeah, this might be the magic for Deadly Chi. No, Sanix, he knows what he's cursed for. He does walk away. But something I want to mention about this gold lead, Sanix. You want to know why Shy has a gold lead? Do you see that he has a CS
Yeah,
lead?
because he... No, but he ganked. You're missing my point, Gloomy. My point is, because he ganked early, he gets ahead later into the game.
Yeah, but actually, while Krolox...
Also, the reason Krolox is behind, because enemy mid, for some reason, is invading... Enemy mid ganking jungle. Oh, there's a fight.
Yeah, look, beautiful looking onto Krolok, but this is the target that you want to hook. He's behind, but he is still quite tanky. Glacial Prison going on to try it. He's finally taking a lot of damage here. Jeff, oh my goodness. Beautiful grab by the top laner. He's drying everyone away, but Ichi is now dominating. Krolok's the second one to fall. And this fight does look so good for Deadly Chi. This is going to be a slaughter. Nebula, not a single member falling as they're taking everyone away.
Oh, it's the worst scenario for Deadly Chi. This is where hopelessness starts to kick in. That was such a good outlook. The hook landing onto the tankiest member is what you want. And then Shy forced to flash away from his own engage is what you want. A two-man never move from Jeff is exactly what you want onto key targets. And even then, they still get completely wiped in the team fight. And that is where the hopelessness kicks in. We could be looking at the game-ending push.
Yeah, they are just taking everyone. Nari is the first one to fall. One of the towers, Dusty is taken away, but I saw this going forward. Beautiful two-man knock, but it's not enough. He doesn't have the ultimate available. Xenix is just doing a little bit of poke, and they are gonna play it safe. Gonna take a look to take the Dragon or the Baron.
Yeah, they're not going to overforce their hand here. They are just going to go for the safe option. They have this Infernal Soul to play for. And, you know, whilst this is kind of already looking done and dusted, this one will just seal the deal. We head into the replay and keep your eyes on the side of Deadly Chi. Everything is landing. It is a good look. Two-man never move onto the squishies of Nebula. But then it just isn't enough. There's a two-man impale over the wall from Shy. The Scatter the Weak tagging onto the back line of Deadly Chi. That's where your damage is. Ice had to clear out that top wave, so wasn't present in this fight at the very beginning of it. And just kind of used his tools to buy some time for Inari to get away, only to just, you know, almost die himself. And now this Infernal Soul is being started up. Krolok's subbing in. Can you be the hero?
Yeah, Krolok really needs to go for that magical steal. Needs to go. It's beautiful. Never move by Jeff, but it's enough to stall. Krolok is inside the pit. Can he get the steal? Ichi is godlike, but the Krolok steals the dragon. He's gonna fall for it. It's a 2-for-0, but they got the dragon, but it might be their Nexus taken in exchange. Nebula is walking towards this midway as they are looking for that final push.
Yep, got the dragon, but at what cost? You lose 2 members on your team. Jack still has the ultimate. This wave here, not that tanky. This might not have been the best call to go for that mid lane end, because you can just clear that wave out. There's 1 minute to play for. Ruzu is tanking it.
Yeah, the grabs are here to spawn. The beautiful never move coming out of Jeff. He's draining away so much health. But Xenix is going on a rampage as he is taking away oppression and prey. Does go wide, but Jeff is still going to get one shot. Double kill into the pocket of the ADC. The drift goes wide. Inari still alive. Krolok's now back at the fight, back to defend, but it is not enough as Nebula, with an incredible performance, take game 1.
Yep, they take game 1 and in a dominant fashion, and it started from the very beginning, taking away that red buff, sealed the deal for the rest of the game. It kind of just spelled out a disastrous play out from that point onwards, and what we saw from Nebula was calm and control. I think in the middle of the regular split, we saw people like Dutch, who's on the analyst desk, criticize this Nebula roster at the end of every game, going like, imagine losing with this roster, right? Well, the thing is, they've evolved, they've developed, they've worked with his name's left my A's. Oh my god, that's embarrassing. They've worked with A's behind the scenes to improve these small nooks and crannies, and they've grown into this roster where like they can keep it controlled, they can keep it under wraps, and they can close games out in a very clean fashion. It's not the end of the series yet. I have to admit, I do kind of sometimes agree with Dutch as well, in the sense that they can sometimes just lose games in a stompy way as well. But to set the tone, to build that momentum in the first game of the series, that is a perfect way to do it.
Yeah, it was an amazing game 1, and we're gonna see if they're gonna keep up their performance after a little break. We're gonna have around the 5-minute break, then we're gonna send you guys back to our handsome guys at the analyst desk. Don't run away, grab some snacks, grab some drinks, and we're gonna be back.
Every Friday night when we hit the town, I'ma just to kill in case you'll be around. 'Cause we left it there, floating in the air. Now the music plays and the lights are low. I see you standing there, just like I wished for. Don't wanna second guess, show me that you
welcome back after that incredible game number one. Just from one side, though, I have to kind of say it. It's going to be a bit difficult to play this out with two subs, but we did see a little bit of good signs from Deadly Chi, but most of all from Nebula. Of course, I'm Nick V, the host of today, together with Dutch and Zekan. I almost got your name wrong. How are you doing? How are you feeling after game number one?
Bored.
I'm doing good.
I mean, it's a one team show. Yeah, we kind of predicted like this gonna happen, right? It was already gonna be pretty hard for Deadly Chi to win this series, but having double substitute on jungle support, it makes it like borderline impossible. They're just outclassed in like almost all roles. They're outclassed in pretty much all roles. Like top is kind of even. Icehound is getting a bit jungle support diff, so he did misplay it a couple times. But I think playing mid without an actual support jungle is very hard. So
Yeah.
I think for Deadly to win even a game would even be a miracle.
Yeah, and we saw it very early on in game number one. I don't know if Pepper has the highlights ready, but we did see that Syndra at like level 2 or something said, you know what, we do see a ward. Yeah, this is not the right one, doesn't matter. So it flashed over the wall and then just sniped the red buff away from the jungler from Deadly Chi. Yeah, here you go. It's a very ballsy play, really. Like from the get-go, and we've seen that throughout the entire game, right, Dutch?
I mean, it's just a fucking psychopath. To be honest, for this, he should have been punished. He should have been dead on every mid wave. Oh, this happened. I didn't see that. But I know if he had a QE, by the way, because he had vision, of course, right? But it's so illegal that he can do this, by the way, and he doesn't get punished for it because you're playing as Sejuani, right? You do the combination for those two champions, and you're into a Sejuani who's really vulnerable to ganks if she doesn't hit her key on both targets. So I think it's the play. Okay, sure, it looks cool and it's good, and you kind of tilt and put the Sejuani behind, right? But Sejuani is like a low research jungler anyway; she doesn't really need that much, and she should have been dead for it. So the play, I
Yeah.
think itself is just bad, but it works out because they were just stomping him all over the map.
So what I do want to talk a little bit about though was like every lane kind of lost for Deadly Chi except the top lane, because we did see a solo kill earlier on in this highlights, and like Jeff with the first pick, Swain still winning it against the Cassandra. Of course, Swain is a good flex pick, but he still wins on like a potential counter pick. Sikan, how do you think that is going to influence game number 2 and 3? Is top lane maybe the way that Deadly Chi can come back in this series?
I think it depends. I mean, I think it was just a mistake from Russo. Like, I think he kind of panicked a bit because I think he still should have won that matchup. Like, or specifically that fight where he died. So I don't think, at least not Nebula, doesn't think like, oh, Russo is gonna be weak side. But I do think, as you said, I think that she will maybe be looking at getting Jeff ahead, maybe put him on like carry champions. Because I don't see another way to even have a chance of taking a game here otherwise.
Yeah. So the Swain pick, it's not just the Swain pick, I believe, but I kind of felt like the way that Nichi drafted, they were mostly forced to play an AD mid and got stuck with the Yone up against Syndra. How do you feel about that, Dutch?
I mean, to be honest, I would have liked if they would send the Swain to ADC and they would pick something better top lane into it. I'm really sure what kind of I don't know what their kind of answer they had to something, but I just want to talk about like the general drafting of this game, because there's not a way you get 4 power picks, kind of like power picks on the red side. You get Corki, Skarner, Cassante, and the Syndra. They're all such good picks, and you still have your counter pick for support, which didn't do the most on the Blitz. Like I've seen better games from local Blitz, but still, it's like still a very valuable champion, right? There, he can just run around the map, just do a lot of stuff. But there's not a chance this was your answer to Skarner. Like, I respect Shy and all, but Skarner is by far his best champion, right? So, and the champ is completely broken still in competitive play. So, there's no way you leave it open, and you don't really get anything besides like that quote Swain, I guess, power pick yourself, and you kind of kill the flex like super fast as well, right? Because WC is one of the few teams that can swap the Swain around in 3 different roles, and they didn't even do that. So I don't know. I don't know why you picked it first time.
What do you think the adaptations will be for game number 2?
Hope and pray for Deadly Chi that's like internet cut stuff from Nebula or something like that.
I mean, that would be an insane adaptation if they could make that happen. Instead of banning a champion, just ban someone's internet connection. I kind of like that.
Yeah, DDoS.
So Zekan, how do you feel about Deadly Chi and Nebula going to game number 2? Do you think there should be some changes, and if so, what will they be?
Just ban Skarner. They can start with that, I think. Don't let Shy have that champion. Other than that, don't, as Dutch said, I think don't bring yourself open to being counterpicked on every single role, basically. They need to find like some cheese picks, like so they can maybe some way win, like maybe the early game, and make it bit more interesting. Because right now they're just picking, they're letting Nebula pick champions that make them have a better early game, and if they keep doing that, there will be no chance of winning.
Yeah. So you said that there will be no chance of winning. Do you think they have a chance of winning in game number 2? Because it's looking kind of dire.
No, I still think Nebula will win these upcoming games. The only way they lose is if they don't respect Deadly She and like pick something really weird that doesn't fit their playstyle.
I know it's just asking for a Riven mid.
Yeah, so I think that's the only way Deadly She will pick up a game. If not, if they just keep doing what they've done in game 1, I think it'll be a swift trio.
How about you, Dutch?
It's like, come on, Ace, I know you're listening. Just keep the Nuno open, let him play it, maybe make a bit of competitiveness. I don't know. It's just like so hard, right? You play jungle support, substitute, your mid laner can't play the game because they're completely outmatched in the roles that kind of enable the mid lane to leave from the lane as well. So it's just, it makes the entire team like trickle down. Oppression is not playing with his normal bot lane partner. Your mid jungle synergy is completely out of the window, and Jeff is just crying top lane like, "Team, help me! Like, what are you doing? Please don't int, guys. I'm 10 CS up." Like, it's it is like such a hard angle to go from and play from, and it's just I wanted the competitive experience, but I think, like I said beforehand, this is gonna be the fastest finals we've seen to date.
Maybe. So I do want to highlight something that you just said, and I believe you also said it during the opening analyst segment, where there was a couple of bans like before round number 4 and 5 of picking, and we did see a Silas and an Oriana ban, and I do believe that Sovanix was talking about the Syndra there. And Itchy instantly picked the Syndra, recognizing that, oh, Deadly Chi wants this champion. Let me just that was my fork. Let me just take that and just ruin all of your plans. And it's such a big statement, I think, as well, from Gucci Nebula, that not only do they play cocky, they completely outdrafted them, not just for the power picks, but also just, ruin the plans of their opponents. So very excited to see what is going to happen in game number 2. It will happen in a couple of seconds, and I'm going to throw it to Sovanix and Gloomy. Pep, are you ready? He's maybe ready. Oh, so you need a bit more time?
No,
All right.
a little bit more yap time. So Lord Lighty is still MIA. I don't know. Did they live in the same country or something? I don't know. But just Ryan might be back. Hope on the horizon for Deadly Chi. Maybe. I don't know.
Okay, so is just Ryan back? Oh, needs 3 minutes to test if the Wukong player will be back, of course. I mean, it's going to be a pretty big deal to get your normal jungler back in the team, because yes, a sub can kind of change everything that, the enemy team has prepared. But of course, it kind of ruins your things as well, because you've been scrimming, I assume, with this same jungler so much that the
Uh-huh.
teamwork is already way up to par, and then you get a sub in, and it's like, kind of gonna work differently.
I mean, when I've seen that Deadly Cheap probably scrimmed as many times as I've seen in my entire competitive career. They do like 4 game scrim blocks, so yeah, they have definitely have. But yeah, I mean, getting a journey back is big, but I still think that even with a sub in support, that's such a huge role that it's still going to be like it was 99-1. It might be like 85-90 to 10 now. So there's more chances, but they still need a very good draft, very good early game a lot because I don't want to flame. Don't think Josh Ryan does that much in games. He just kind of covers, and that's it. He doesn't really get his team early leads.
I mean, he covered enough to get into grand finals. That has to count for something.
I mean, yeah. I mean, like the thing is like with DTG, right? They know that if their mid and top gets ahead, the other parts of the team, they'll make sure they don't lose on the other side, and they can kind of have their value from that point. But in the first 10, 15 minutes, they don't really do that much normally. And Nebula are like getting very good at exploiting this at the moment. So maybe they prove me wrong, but from experience playing into Deadly Cheese team, I don't think they do that much.
All right, enough waiting time. We want to see game number 2. Pepar, I'm gonna hand it over to Sophonic's and Gloomy right now.
Welcome back, my beautiful ladies and gentlemen. I'm still Gloomy, joined by the wonderful, amazing, handsome, humble, down to earth Savonix for
I'm
game.
definitely not humble, but thank you for that introduction. I do think the analyst desk were discussing some interesting topics. Of course, if I guess arrival of Deadly Cheese starting lineup is happening, cue the Avengers music. Dun 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 dun. As as Ryan and Lord Lighty allegedly are returning to play out the rest of the series. Deadly Chi will get a second win as they get their full roster back. But a few things that were discussed on the analyst desk is that it is looking pretty doomed. But I kind of disagree. I actually want to push the narrative that any grand final, anything can happen. We've seen across multiple esport titles, the likes of DRX defeating T1. That is a Cinderella story. And I don't think off the back of one game, I'm necessarily in a position to call this as it is. The one thing I will say is that Nebula do have momentum flying behind them. So I think going into this next game, it's all about which of these two teams are going to be able to use that last game in the best fashion. Deadly Chi, they need to hit the reset button. They need to understand, listen, we had subs. We were not at maximum power. Going into this next game, that is where we can blast the jet power, go over our own capacity and play to our maximum ability. Whereas Nebula, it's all about keeping the cool head, use that momentum off the back of that last victory, and propel yourself into a series winning position if you claim the second game.
Yeah, I mean, this second game, mentally speaking, I feel like this could be the most exciting game potentially in the entire playoff so far. Because on one hand, we have Nebula, who came out of most likely the most dominant game of the split, completely obliterating Deadly Chi in every aspect, only dropping 1 kill, which was a little bit of an oopsie. But on the other hand, we have Deadly Chi, who now will have the second win and so much motivation with the main roster being back on track, which is, in my opinion, just such an exciting situation to be in. No, I've been corrected. Lord Lighty is still not back.
Oh, so it's just Ryan who's returned. Lord Lighty still yet to arrive.
No, it's just Ryan who's back.
That was terrible. That was awful. I hope for your sake. No, I'm joking. Hey, Deadly Chi, if you lose this next game, it's Gloomy's fault. I hope we can all agree on that one. All right, so game 2 draft, of course. There's a lot to discuss. The one thing that the analyst desk said that I completely agree with is they first picked that Swain. They kind of just shoved it into the Cassante. I actually think putting Swain into the Corki would have been a pretty good option. And then pairing, because Swain Milio into Corki Blitzcrank, obviously, let's take into account that they didn't expect to be counterpicked by Loco's Blitzcrank, despite that happening multiple times. you know, if Milia does get hooked, Swain can just pop the alt run forward, and it's a lot more of a threat than a Varus kind of just standing there who's slowly scaling. Also, please buy Berserker Greaves if you're playing on him Varus again. So I do want to see those flex picks get utilized a bit more throughout the series, or at least in a more effective way. I think there's one thing that's worth discussing about flex picks, and I've seen multiple teams fall victim to this, is you have all these flex picks in your brain, you secure those 3 flex champions that you really wanted, and then suddenly you're realizing, hang on a minute, where the hell do we pick anything? You finish the draft like, this is negative, and suddenly you've shot yourself in your own foot. So, I think Deadly Cheese make sure that if they go for their flex picks once again, that they have a full idea of what they could do. As Nebula pick up again another power pick on the B1, it's going to be the Ashe.
Yeah, with Ashe being picked up, I'm thinking there might be something in Oscarson, but very powerful pick, the Ashe. P1 for Gucci Nebula and Zibo. Are they gonna go for Lux Caitlyn? This would be very interesting. Putting some early aggression, some early strength into the side of Deadly Chi, who had been in a struggling situation. But on the other hand, if they blind pick the Lux here, Blitzcrank once again is quite good into it. So maybe a little bit of a risky pick.
Yeah, could be. I mean, I do think Lux first pick, similar story. It follows along the line of flex picks. You can move that into mid lane and the bot lane. I say bot lane support. I do know people like to pick it in AD carry sometimes, but I think it's terrible. So please do not do that. So Joanny once again locks in for Carlos. Hopefully you can get your red buff this game. And
It's
Gwen
just Ryan this
Cassante
time around.
Oh yes, of course, just Ryan. Maybe he didn't get his red buff stolen, but sorry, there was nothing on the play. It was just Itchy making a psychopath play. But yeah, anyway, first 3 picks, and again, Nebula, they've gone for that comfort Cassante on 3 pick. The Gwen flexible into the jungle, but they've revealed the flex obviously with that Cassante lock-in as well. I mean, they're comfortable to do so. You see Jeff get that counter pick on the knob, which is really, really good, and I think Jeff is very comfortable once he hits a certain power spike on the items to just have that confidence. He knows the damage numbers on the Gnar. It's his most played champion, most comfortable. And once he gets the cleaver in, I think he will have the idea of how much damage he needs to actually kill a Cassante. I think in the voice comment videos, it was clear that he was very vocal about when he is able to kill a tank and how much he can shred through a Cassante. So I really like that pickup from Jeff. As the second phase of bans come in, there is still a lot to be revealed about Deadly Chi's composition. Where is that Lux going to go? Is it going into the mid lane? Is it going into support? Is it even going into the AD carry position? Deadly Chi have room to play with that one. Whereas Nebula, the flexes is revealed. The Gwen is 100% going into the jungle. Cassante into top lane. Well, actually, now that I say that, Cassante is flexible into the mid lane for Nebula. And that's actually probably an interesting thing to discuss.
Yeah, that's something I wanted to correct you on. Ichi has shown before that he does play the Cassante in the mid lane. So, technically speaking, they have 3 flex pick. Ashe still able to be put into the support role if you want to play for something aggressive. I do assume it's going to be Ashe ADC. That is the one thing I'm certain. But with the Gnar being picked up, it is a very good chance that they're just going to put the Gwen jungle, Cassante mid, and then put something like a Yasuo in the top lane, something, or Irelia, or something, anything that like hard counters this Gnar, depending if the mid lane matchup is right, of course. But everything so far Nebula has shown is just as much of a flex fit. Ichi has played Cassante mid before. Gwen has been played also in 2 roles before. So I really, really like these picks, which is like, in my opinion, Gwen Cassante was, when I played against them in the scrim, it was the most annoying part that is annoying to draft against them.
Yeah, it really, really can be annoying. I think Nebula have used this this top jungle pick multiple times. I saw them play against it. Play it against Assassins and Greed, and it was such. Actually, no, I think it was Deadly Chi that they. I don't think it was Cassante top. I think it was Aatrox. It was Aatrox Gwen, but the Gwen in the jungle, and yeah, it's so good. I think Shy, this is probably his best carry jungler that he has. But with that Camille lock in, now here's the interesting thing: Camille can be played in top and support. Cassante can be played in top and mid for Nebula, so we actually have no information on where anything is going. Okay,
Nautilus can be played jungle.
Stop.
It has been picked in the LCK.
I was going to say, with this Nautilus pick, it kind of confirms where everything is going. So, Kasante will be going into mid lane. Camille should be going in top lane. And Gwen should be going into the jungle. If I'm wrong on that one, then holy, I'm excited to see how this series plays out. Deadly Chi on the other side. I genuinely really like what they're picking. The only problem I'm having, oh, okay, perfect. I was literally going to say the damage profile isn't hitting my likes too much, but with that Sivir lock-in, I like it a lot. Now, in the early parts of the game, it's going to be tough for them to contest. But if they can get to the mid to the late game stages without being mega far behind, they have a lot of tools to play into Nebula's team composition. Seraphine Lux, God, they can play team fights from Narnia. Sivir can actually buff up this Narb with the ultimate, and Narb can do so much damage to the front line. And then when the Narb are stacked, look for those aggressive engages. So I do like what Deadly Chi have picked up here. And with just Ryan kind of revitalizing the vibes on their side, this could be a game that Deadly Chi bite back Nebula on.
Yeah, the one thing that makes me favor Nebula for the upcoming game, which if we act like we didn't see what happened in game one, I really don't like the Lux pick, which yes, later on, very nice pick, very obnoxious, can be from range, but I don't see a world where Lux can ever like do anything against this Cassandra like during the laning phase. Cassandra's just gonna rush this Magic Resist Sunfire item or root counts. It's just gonna take no damage. Lux cannot root Cassandra as he's just gonna be unstoppable. And what is Sejuani gonna do? Sejuani in this game, the only melee champion Sejuani has is now in the Mega form.
Yeah,
which you kind of don't want as a Sejuani. So I really love Nebula's draft. I like the way they use flex picks. They did a lot better than that they cheated at the game before with the Swain, where they were just like, ooh, yeah, just put him top lane and that's worked before, ignoring the matchup. I really like the way Nebula uses these champions, and I really like the draft on Nebula's side. So I do think heading into the next game, I put a big edge to the Nebula squad.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of in a similar boat, but I don't think I see it in that much of a dominant way. I do think Nebula's draft is better, but not by a massive amount. I actually think whilst Deadly Chi, yes, there's that conversation. Realistically, who is going to kill the Gwen? Because they all want to play from range. If the Camille finds a Hextech Ultimatum onto the right target, they are kind of just doomed. Nautilus can just ult the Lux or the Seraphine and they can't move. But at the same time, looking at Deadly Chi's composition, I know Sejuani doesn't have the best synergies to play with, but if Lux hits a bind, that whoever that person is, you're probably going to die. And obviously, damage profile not the best. Do these champions really one-shot a Cassante? Answer is no, they don't. But it is not that commonly known, but I actually think Sivir is in such a powerful state in the game right now. I have seen Sivir, like, okay, there's this one player, he is Grandmaster, and I'm not saying Oppression can't do what a Grandmaster can do, but I'm just saying he makes Sivir look absolutely broken. So I think maybe I have a wrong perception of Sivir because of that guy, but I feel like if Sivir can actually play this out well enough and can get to those item spikes, could be a game-winning pick. And well, whilst traditionally R5 isn't saved for AD carry, I like the fact that they hid the flexes up until that Sivir pick, so Sivir could be the pick to get through all these tanks.
Yeah, Sivir is still like one of the most classic clear wave scale champ. At some point, just do a lot of damage. Once Sivir reaches her like 4 items, she will tread through this Cassandra. She has a nice front line with the Sejuani with the Na. Problem is, Gwen kind of is just gonna most likely delete this front line, but the big late game is what Deadly Chi is hoping for. For Nebula side, if it goes to this very much late game, there is still a lot of possibilities. There's still the Camille who can just dive onto the Sivir. So even if it goes to that point, it's not that Deadly Chi will just go for the auto win, but with this Sivir in the late game, this is like kind of their like hope. If it goes to that point, that the Sivir can just kind of 1v9 it out. It can just play like a 800 LP Grandmaster player, getting a quadruple by getting tower.
Yeah. Anyway, I mean, okay. The interesting. I mean, I actually do want to ask you something, right? I don't know if you've been in this position before, but you know, with Deadly Chi kind of playing that first game without their main jungler, I think Krolux, he actually did a fantastic job. He did find some good engages. Unfortunately, they were just way too far behind off the back of the early game. But with just Ryan returning to like that Discord call, just the mere Discord sound when someone joins a call, into hearing his voice, how much would you say that could impact Deadly Cheese kind of motivation, the vibe within the squad, and overall their mentalities?
Yeah, I do think I do agree. Like, it's just the moment when you have like your teammate, like not your teammate, your original player in the team again. There's something we have talked about before the draft begins. Is there's just gonna be the second win. There's just gonna be this like good vibes, like whoop whoop. We might have lost, but we are with our boy, with the Monkey King Enjoyer himself. Not on a monkey, but on a hog. But you know, it's your boy that's back here with you. It's just gonna give you so much comfort. It's gonna alleviate a lot of pressure in this mid jungle 2v2, which I think has been kind of the biggest weakness in the game one. Which now the synergy is back on track. iSound and Just Ryan back united. Maybe they can create this explosiveness, these mechanicals of play that Deadly G is generally known for. With the Johnny Lux, they're not the most known champions to do these things, but they maybe can still make it happen. There's a lot of pick potential. You go for a binding into the glacial prison, into the ultimate of the Lux, and you have a very nice pick potential. On, for example, if the Ashe is ever off position, and we are talking about Xenix here, so who knows when he is in mid lane overextended? You know what I mean?
Oh gosh, hey, I have to say, Sanix has not really been getting caught out mid lane that much recently. He's improved, and let's start talking about some of the player narratives here. Of course, Sanix is a player you've mentioned. Now, this guy has played so many SLE splits, and on the constant finishing in the third place, just never breaking into that top two. He's now sitting 1-0 up in the grand finals. How much do you think a victory here means for a player that has been trying to go at this title for so long?
I think that in general, for a lot of people in Nebula, I know, for example, Ruzu, a player who really wants this title. Stanix, also somebody that's going to be so happy once he finally does reach it, once he finally grabs it. He already broke the curse of always being the eternal number 3, being cursed for the bronze medal. And I think production put us on the wrong screen, but I am not sure about it. Okay, but we are seeing that that Xenix is stepping up so much in these series. When it looked a bit rough for Nebula, it was Xenix who stepped up. It was Xenix on the Swain, Xenix on the Jinx. He really, really wants this trophy, and this just shows in his gameplay. He broke the curse, and first place is just the next step on the stairway for him.
Yep. And this upcoming game, I think on the other side, Oppression, he's been playing the SLE a few times, and he is a polarizing character. I don't think that's a secret to anyone, but I think I would say he's been a lot better behaved in this split. Not too many controversial conversations that he's been dropping on Twitch like he has, and so you can see the effect. He's
It's Sivir mid.
Oh, it is.
Oh, that's interesting.
It is Sivir mid.
I mean, that's gonna give even less explosiveness to the mid jungle, but
wait, I'm quite okay. Sivir mid. I don't really have much to say about it. I think it's actually pretty decent into the Cassante. Cassante can't really threaten Sivir too much. Sivir into Cassante is a lot better than Lux into Cassante, for example. Like Lux into Cassante, what do you do? The problem is, the bot lane for Deadly Chi. You cannot play through that. They are too... I mean... Lux isn't really an enchanter. I guess you could classify it as a burst mage, but operates similar. Like the playstyle of it operates similar to an enchanter. So yeah, there's not really much to play for in this bot lane for Deadly Chi, and the struggle is in the top side. You have a Gnar playing against a Camille, which you can see not the best starts for Jeff in the start of this lane. So Just Ryan, he might have his work cut out for him. You can't really go bot. You can play for top, to be fair. If yeah, oh, welcome to the grand finals, Just Ryan. Your camps are gone. As yeah, I was literally about to discuss. I was holding my thought here because yeah, Shy went for a really aggressive play here. You can see he was kind of escorted by Itchy to go into that top side of Deadly Chi. So Just Ryan arriving back. Welcome to the grand finals. Unfortunately, you're gonna have to play this one from a deficit. As Shy. Really smart, I have to say, as well, because he clears out Just Ryan's top side, goes to his bottom side, so he's going to go from bottom up, and so he should be able to, at least, if Just Ryan is going to aggressively contest this top side camp, will encounter him, but instead he's going for a gank.
Yeah, Just Ryan deciding to go for the little bit more risky play, looking for this gank onto Root. He's just going to slingshot out of it, and this is a disaster for the Sejuani.
Yeah, it's terrible because this was kind of a play. Had this resulted in a kill or at least a summoner spell being taken, you could argue that Just Ryan would have gotten a W here. And Just Ryan taking that blast cone, well, he might be going for a risky play. And I think Shy has kind of had his number here. And he's going to encounter Just Ryan in the jungle.
Yeah, Shy wants his blue. He's not going to let Just Ryan have it for free. Shy is just going to snip away on the little blue buff. We're going to see some action. Ison looking to reset. Not going to help. He's got it. But oh, Just Ryan, no.
Yeah, it's not good. Maybe Sejuani is not the pick this series. This is it's a different player on the Sejuani as well. The second Sejuani that we've seen kind of just have to run around with the tail between its legs. As Shy, I have to commend beautiful pathing. You know, it's such an interesting storyline to follow him as he's going aggressive in top lane. I doubt anything will happen with Jeff having flash, but yeah, well done to Shy for very efficient pathing. That bottom side crab is still up. We'll see if that gets exploited or if both junglers will encounter that. I think Just Ryan is probably not that upset. Sejuani is a very solo kill. I was under the assumption Jeff is fine despite his health because he has flash, but
Ruzu to go?
Maybe Ruzu is the goat.
So something that I want to say about this bot lane of FUG is that they are quite oppressive during these early levels, which they are at the end.
I see what you did there.
So they are still a double range bot lane. They are still a double range bot lane, right? The one problem that they're gonna have, Oppression's gonna get some nice free resets with the teleport, but once there's a level 6 on the side of Nebula, what are they gonna do? They're gonna get Asher Root. There's no cleanse on the side of the FG bot lane. They're gonna get ulted by the Nautilus. And they're just gonna be in so much trouble once these ultimates gonna kick in. And Ruzu is looking for another solo kill, popping the ultimate. Jeff has the flash available, is just gonna use it, and Ruzu putting up a performance of redemption.
Yeah, Ruzu in the first game did end up being solo killed, and this time around is going to return the favor over to Jeff on his signature Gnar pick. And yeah, really good points onto the bot lane. And I was kind of in my head discussing, you know, the saving grace here could be Icehound, you know, just farming away, scaling in the mid lane. Sadly, he's behind in CS as well. So, I'm not sure how a Sivir mid is behind farm on a Cassante, but the truth is you have 3 losing lanes, a losing jungler, and for Deadly Chi, scaling, yes, with the Sivir, it is not bad. But Gwen, Cassante, Camille, Ashe, Nautilus, these are great champions in late game too. So Deadly Chi, I'm almost certain they need to at least find something here, because if these leads grow more than what they are now, it might be too much for them to handle.
Yeah, Nebula's draft, once again, like, as much as there's some nice scaling with the Sivir, one problem with the Sivir, in my experience, is if this Nebula draft gets rolling, Deadly Chi can just kind of fall to the ground and prey. Nothing really they can do. Once they're behind, Ruse is just gonna jump in 24/7. Shy is gonna look for flanks with the needlework. Azur's gonna fly across the map. It's just gonna be so hard for Deadly Chi if they are not able to stabilize this game fast.
Yeah, and Deadly Chi, they're trading those top grubs for the dragon, and honestly, I am beyond shocked. I actually don't think playing a Lux Seraphine bot lane with a Sejuani jungle that you should ever be getting any objective of any kind. But, well done to them for being able to secure this dragon. At the cost of it, Shy is going to clear the entire top quadrant. He's already 10 CS ahead on the jungle. Both junglers haven't really ganked anything. I think they've both kind of just been farming away, so as you know, this benefits Gwen more than Sejuani. And Jeff, I mean, he is in trouble.
Yeah, Jeff is most likely gonna die. Ruse has the ultimate available. It's just gonna use it.
Oh
Jeff gonna
my
jump
God.
away. Shy is here, and Jeff is gonna fall once again.
Yeah, and that was practically a solo kill because Shy, I think, only got one stack of the needlework onto Jeff, and yeah, whilst it does count as an assist, I mean, Ruzu did the bulk of the work, and Jeff is going to have to drop another kill in the top lane. Ruzu really dominating, really going for that SLE title that he's been gunning for, and what a player. You know, we were kind of on the brink of discussing Ruzu before we got interrupted by the start of the game, or can't remember. Look at defending the jungle camps here, and this is a jungler's nightmare.
This Ryan just finally wants his first red buff, but Loco is gonna deny it. Stunning this poor jungler. Icehound here to help him.
Icehound?
If you do.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's my beautiful Chris Lero connects onto just Ryan. He is able to escape. Oh, a lot of bursts onto Xanix, and beautiful ultimate coming up by the Seraphine. Killed on Loco, but Itchy is here. He does his ultimate available if needed. Going forward onto Inari. Will he pop it? But no. Double kill for Seraphine. Ichi, can he trade back? Just Ryan finally falls. Ichi is looking for more. Double kill for the mid laner. Can he go for the quadrant? No, he can't. He is gonna fall. And what a play.
Okay, so a lot to discuss here. It starts off with Loco interrupting just Ryan's invade, and it just breaks into a massive fight. Everything was landing onto Sanix, even the encore, and there's so much utility on this bot lane for Deadly Chi. And whilst I was saying you can't really play for it, if Nebula decide to play for it, that is where it kind of comes to life. Itchy does what he can, almost picks up a quadra kill as well, but Icehound is able to fight back beautifully. Nice fundamental play there from a mid laner on an AD carry, so props to him for being able to do that. But you can kind of see the functionality behind this bot lane. It is to keep people alive. The shielding is so powerful. I think Shy dropped way too early, and I think the problem there was with him using the needlework in the top side, it wasn't available for this fight. Had it been, this would have been a terrible situation for Deadly Chi, but they turn it on its head. Rizzo should be able to get out here with the hook shot. And yeah, Deadly Chi, they actually win out on the fight in terms of the trade. Sadly, the situation in the top side does mean that they do not claw back the gold deficit, as they are still behind.
Yeah, and with how the original play started, just Ryan still didn't pick up a single red buff in the last 10 minutes. And can we just get a sedge for this poor jungle in the chat?
Watching junglers suffer, my favorite. no, I'm joking.
To one extent, when jungles can't get jungle camps.
Do you know what's crazy? The jungler, my favorite jungler I've played with is an off-road jungler.
I mean,
not the best jungler I've played with, but my favorite, second best. Anyway, Void Crop spawning. Now, Deadly Chi, yes, good job on getting that bottom side dragon, but I have to say, not contesting these 6 scrubs is going to be a big problem. The gold right now for Nebula clearly sits on this Camille. 2 and 0, 150 gold shutdown available to pick up, but 6 scrubs locked into the pocket of Ruzu. He is getting through these turrets like butter. Those legs, that sounds so weird to say, those legs are going to slice through those structures, and so they need to be careful now. They need to keep an eye on the sideways, because so far, Jeff, well done in terms of the farming, but he has been killed twice in the laning phase in an isolated situation. They are looking for a bot lane dive, though.
A beautiful arrow onto a crash and followed up with a nice retry by Loco. This is going to be an insta kill onto this
3v2
Lux. Xanix and Loco just popping off here. Oh, they're looking for more. No, I mean, it's just an incredible pickup.
Yeah, it's an incredible pickup, and the timing was absolutely pinpoint perfect from Nebula. They waited for that minion wave to kind of be chunked down, and when the Enchanted Crystal Arrow hit, as soon as Loco's Dredgeline was going to land, you could see it was on the turret with no minions tanking aggro, meaning that Oppression had to take so much damage from that tower, and he was brought down in the 3 versus 2. They moved Just Ryan for this play down over to the bottom side, but unfortunately have to drop a casualty. But they are looking to contest this dragon.
Yeah, this might be pretty good for Deadly G. Both ultimates have been used by Nebula in this little pickup. Deadly just had Oppression just teleported back to the lane. That is the value of these mages in the bot lane. Let's just go for the teleport. Just run. He's going forward onto Loco, but Itchy is here to help his teammate. Unstoppable, by the way. Instantly one-shotting this poor jungle. Shy did pick up the kill. Ice Hunt might be next. It doesn't have Flash available. Needlebug is doing a lot of damage, a lot of slow for Flash. Is finally forced. God, so many F's in one sentence.
Yeah, it's a good flash there from Icehound to survive as Shy was about to throw a bunch of needles in his face, but he did manage to get out. The reason why honestly, I watched this fight with a confused face was because how on earth does a Cassante have Prio on a Sivir? Like, you can see Itchy's the first one to move and the first one to get to this fight. Icehound actually has to walk around because of the lack of Prio. I'm really confused on how he's operating this mid lane matchup. I'd almost assume the idea of the Sivir, you just shove the wave into the Cassante and move around the map, but it's Cassante getting the Prio. They play out the fight, one-shot Just Ryan, and suddenly Deadly Chi have to play on the back foot, meaning they can't contest that dragon with smite advantage in the hands of Nebula, and it just means they secure themselves the Hextech Dragon. 6 kills to 3, 2.6k gold lead, and I mean, it's not as dominant as the first game. Let's get that out the way firstly. But for Deadly Chi, they need to be a little bit more careful with how they're utilizing certain parts of their team composition. Like I said, my vision of this Sivir: shove the waves, move first on objectives, be there to drop the on the hunt, engage with your Sejuani, etc, etc, etc. Fortunately, somehow Cassante is the one with Prio. Cassante is the first one to the fight. Sivir walking into a Cassante, that's not what you want to do. That's what happens if you're second to the objective, and so that's kind of been the cadence of how things have played out so far in this particular game. And so I'm wanting to see if at some point Icehound will be able to actually start getting Prio on this Cassante. He has Essence Reaver completed now, and it should be able to be the case as Ruzu going aggressive in top lane.
Yeah, oh, Jeff stepping forward, that's what the Hextech Ultimatum available. It's just gonna walk it off. And something I do want to mention is that there's a big focus on this mid lane here, with this Sivir being unable to just get this mid Prio versus HG. Even though, wait, I have to hold my forward as the ultimate is gonna get popped onto now. I guess I don't. Flash is just gonna get the force. Are they gonna, oh, they're maybe gonna look for the tower dive. They're gonna crash the wave here. They are stepping forward. Lux just trying to one-shot the wave, which doesn't have enough items quite yet. They are hitting onto the tower. One little mistake from Deadly G could be it. Everything goes a little bit wide, but beautiful flash forward by Loco is gonna find the hook onto Nari. Xenix flashing into the Encore, but here comes Ichi. Pick up for Xenix, and they're gonna take the tower as a little pocket change.
Yeah, I really need to rewatch this game from the mid lane point of view. And again, it's Itchy getting the roam onto Icehound. Icehound is pushing in this mid lane wave, but might die himself.
Yeah,
No
the
flash.
spell shoot has been used. No flash available. Hextech Ultimatum is just gonna get popped by Ruse, and that's a nice little shutdown for the scissoring top laner. Wait,
Yeah,
they've double scissored.
Double scissors in the top lane. Double scissors in the top lane. There's no rocks on the side of Deadly Chi, and just paper in the bot lane. So, Narthra, I guess Narth does throw a rock.
Yeah, the Rock loses against them, no? Yeah, but if you pick Rock, which was Malphite, they would lose.
Not if the scissors are on the legs of a cyborg. So, yeah, bot side. That fight was really, really confusing. And once again, I really, really am so curious. How is this Cassante controlling the mid lane? This Sivir was a really smart move into the mid lane, and I kind of see the functionality behind it. And in my brain, I'm thinking, right, Sivir, just perma-shove waves. You have Essence Reaver. You don't have to worry about the mana. You can just shove waves. Cassante stuck underneath the turret. The actual reality of this in this game is I'm seeing Itchy getting the push into the Sivir, and then moving onto the bot side to make the plays, moving onto the Dragon to make the plays. And so far in this series, we all know how capable and how talented Icehound is as a player, but let's hit the reality button. Itchy has had his number. very, very dominantly in the laning phase throughout this series so far. And then on the bottom side, 6 Grubs, we saw how fast those turrets were being broken down. I actually saw the initial approach, and I was like, it's a Lux Seraphine, they can just clear the wave out. But then I saw Lux's ult didn't really hit the caster minions of that minion wave, and so they just had to back out. The turret was just shredded through. Unfortunately, with Itchy, again, as I mentioned, having that first move, it did mean that there was no escape route, and they pick up that kill onto the Lux, move over to the mid lane, and even pick up a kill onto the Sivir. So Nebula, they've entered a phase of domination once again, and we'll see if they can hold it.
Yeah, I mean, just with this split, Itchy should just finally be considered as not just Ichigati, but Ichigoti, if you know what I mean. He's just performing so incredibly well, and
Yep. Oh, not your... Nah.
look, it has been better than some others I dropped today.
I mean, it's better than your Shakira jokes.
Hey, we don't... Hey. Shakira jokes are like, you know, my private. This is casting, okay? We have to, like, you know, separate.
Why you say... No, it seems like those jokes are sus. They were just bad.
Shakira.
Oh,
Chris
that's
Lover does connect on the ice on spell sheet has not been used, so they're just gonna walk away. Ruzu dives in. He has no fear as he... Never mind, maybe he does, as he's gonna use the blast room to get out of it. And that doesn't have any rage. This is a really bad fight for Deadly. No rage onto this little knob. Local beautiful dash line goes onto Dust Ryan. Beautiful ultimate coming out by the support. Ruto is very, very low, but he's gonna dive into the backline. Hexit ultimate. The Mist is gonna one-shot the enemy support.
Wait.
Off Nebula, but there's so much damage coming out of him. Ice, he's shredding through everything. 3 kills into the pocket of Deadly G. Shice is trying to run away. It's Itchy trying to do as much time as he possibly can. And how did that just happen? Deadly G demolished Nebula in this fight.
Deadly Chi out of absolutely nowhere, and I completely agree with you. With the Gnar starting this fight in the mini form probably seems like the wrong thing to do, but in actual reality, it means that he is able to do a lot of damage to the front line of Good Chi Nebula, and they're the ones that actually start the fight. The hook goes onto the Sejuani, but with Jeff on the bottom side, look, he's auto-attacking the Cassante. A lot of damage tagged onto Ruzu, and the onto the entire front line. Good Chi Nebula was split. That flank on Jeff's Tribush play, meaning that Good Chi Nebula didn't approach this fight as a united front, meaning that Deadly Chi did have the angle to punish Nebula's approach into this river play, and it means that Deadly Chi, they actually win out the fight. All their tools landed. Icehound was completely untouched despite being hit by an initial Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and for Nebula, I think this was a warning sign. If anything, they are still ahead in this game. Yes, losing that dragon is a pretty bad thing to do, but at the very least, it is not a soul point. It is not a soul. So they are still ahead. They are still at an advantage in this game. But like I said, a warning sign at the highest level of threat, because that fight, it started with Sanix with an Enchanted Crystal Arrow onto Icehound. That was at the very, very beginning, meaning it wasn't available for the actual team fight. Loco landing the hook onto the Sejuani to start the fight. That's a Sejuani. That's not the best target to hook, meaning that Jeff could get the flank, meaning that Oppression, Inari, and Icehound could play that the rest of the fight from the back line. Ruzu got immediately blown up, and this is the roadmap for Deadly Chi to win this game. Operate these fights exactly like that, and you're going to win the rest of this game. For Nebula, they need to make sure that whatever they did in that fight, that it doesn't happen again if they want to put themselves on match point.
Yeah, Nebula just seemed a little bit unfocused on the side, but I have to hold the thought of Dice was going to instant so much damage onto him. He did not get the red buff, which means Just Ryan finally acquires a red buff.
That's crazy.
I think he maybe got one before that. I haven't really seen it after.
My guy gets one red buff and thinks he can conquer the world. Unbelievable. I'm joking. There is a mid lane push here from Deadly Chi. Should be able to get the turret, but not much siege. I think the siege potential isn't the best here. Is Loco fishing for a hook, but I don't think he'll be able to get anything. Is Nebula happy to play this one slowly as Camilla's just pressuring the side lane, and Deadly Chi, I like what they're doing here. They're grouping up with these the 3 champions. I don't have a phrase for it. I guess you could call them the Powerpuff Girls, but essentially Sivir really safe, Seraphine making the Sivir even more safe, the Lux, you know what I'm about to say, making the Sivir even more safe than she already was safe. So what can you do? You can't really engage on these people. If Just Ryan is there, there is no angle to fight. The only thing they need to be careful of, Shy is scaling, working towards that Rabadon's death cap. That is a scary item for a Gwen to have. On the side lane, Ruzu is a 4-1, so he's beating on Jeff. And so, if Deadly Chi, this is a really nice setup to put these 3 Powerpuff Girls into the mid lane. But how much is it going to do with this side lane pressure is going to be the question.
Yeah, Ruzu kind of needs to focus up. I feel like I think the big issue that happened in the fight that they lost is that they just seemed unfocused. You know, when you're like in a really winning position and just stomped game 1, yeah, everybody had this, that you just start like kind of laughing the entire time, cracking jokes, getting unfocused, a little bit cocky even. Ruzu going for the Seraphine, like letting Ison being untouched in the one fight, might have been a little bit of a blunder, might have been a misjudgment, or maybe me reading the situation wrong. Ruzu had a very dominant laning phase, but we are seeing that at this point he's even behind this CS a little bit, while starting off very, very strong. And so I really want Ruzu to step up a little bit in the side lane. He has the 6 grabs, he can't just one-shot a tower. But we are seeing a teleport coming out of Ruzu. We were just talking about how he needs to set up, but I guess you could say right now he's stand back.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I've seen Sanix hit the most insane Enchanter Crystal arrows, and probably in one of the easiest ways to hit the ultimate. Somehow does manage to miss everyone, and Baron is just going to get started up here.
Yeah, Nebula might be a little bit cocky. They're very, very low. Beautiful Anchor comes up, but only connects onto one. Baron is going to get picked up by Shy thanks to the all-out of Ichi. He's in the backline. He's going to get sacrificed for Jeff. Might even kill Loco. No, Loco is going to use the flash, sacrificing the mid laner, but they're going to get no Sanix.
Sanix?
Sanix not getting caught in the mid lane, but in the jungle. He's going to get out somehow, burning his flash. Let them reset. Nebula is just looking for the reset. No.
Wow.
Oppression of is as annoying as he possibly can, using the obnoxious kid of the Lux champion, but Nebula is gonna get away with 4 Barons in the pocket.
Yeah, and as comedic as that chase is, it's actually completely functional because, look, it's going to open up some time for them to push through this mid lane base, but jungle 1v1, that is not one you win, but Shy is all alone on the map, and Enchanted Curse arrow hit.
Yeah, beautiful arrow, and Shy does so much damage with the needlework onto Jeff, and they might be looking for something. Ruzu has the Hexic ultimate available, he has the hook shot available with Inari. Is gonna flash away. They're gonna go in big shields coming up from that surface. But this dragon might be very deadly for that DG. Ichi has a very nice flank here. Are they gonna go to Oh, poor Oppression. Hectic ultimate is gonna suffer from using flash, but he's just gonna get a one-shot. He made that shield, but it is not enough. Shield Ison is the next target, and this time there is no big AoE shot. There is no Sivir. They are just gonna fall. Inari alone. Glacial Prison is gonna get out. And Jeff and just Ryan on the runaway. Ruzu using the hook shot them into the pocket of Loco, and they're gonna get an ace at minute 24 with the Baron. This can do a lot of damage.
They have 6 grubs as well in Deadly Chi in a situation where I was assuming that was a really nice chase into the enemy base. You had stopped and interrupted the recalls from Gucci Nebula, meaning that you get some space to push through that tier 2 turret. That's a lot of gold into the pocket of the Sivir, and you have some space to play that dragon, but they overplayed their hand. There's 6 grubs here. It's only Oppression in a Baron buffed up wave. They could be going for the end.
Yeah, they are looking for the end. Ultimate commits out of Nautilus. Only one Nexus tower is standing left. The Passion is going to get instantly one pop. No, he's still alive. Somehow Hexagon Ultimate is not available for Ruzu, but they gotta take the second Nexus tower. Just Ryan.
I found.
Respawn here, but Isound is going to take away Loco. They are going to take a little bit more. Just going to walk away. Just Ryan on the chase. You don't have the ultimate available, but Jeff on a flank position, but no rage to go for the big engage. Doing a little bit of junk with Gwen. Don't forget, Needlework is back up, doing a lot of damage, but mostly trying to be used for the slow Ruzu. Ooh, does get the hook shot off. Gonna get away with this, but Jeff has the Mega available, but so many slows coming out. Nebula only losing 2 members for getting so much in an open Nexus.
Yeah, and they do pick up 2 kills, and they're going to go for a push themselves, but they need to keep an eye on that bot lane minion wave because it is crashing into that open Nexus. And yeah, once you pick up those 2 kills, it's at what cost? Because your entire base is in shatters right now, and really well played by Shy to actually push through that mid lane wave whilst the rest of Nebula was trying to go for the end, because it does mean there's an open inhibitor to break as well. And once that inhibitor goes down, that is where Deadly Chi are in a position of dire straits. And I think for Nebula right now, really have to say, the problem with the game state, right, is that the Sivir is going to have the ability to get through these minions very, very well. And if she hits this upcoming item, which I'm assuming is going to be Infinity Edge, that is where this Sivir will completely 1v9 the game. And so whilst this is a game-winning position for Nebula, it is a window that they need to play within. And if they don't close it out within this particular window, this could be an angle for the Sivir to just take over the game.
Ooh, Jeff with a nice engage. Only does connect onto Luke. The Glacier Prison does also connect on the Giga Pet Gwen, but she is back on court. Does not connect onto anyone. Shy with the Real trying to do as much as possibly can, but they're trying to just run away right now. Iceland is here. A lot of damage onto the jungle though, but Shy stepping forward here to very, very low Nebula, but Ichi is just gonna end the game. That Ichi is trying to run away. They were in the fight. They were busy, but Ichi, no, is gonna go for the inhib instead of then trying to end the game. Going for the safe play, while Nebula is walking towards their mid lane superstar Ichi. He is walking towards the Nexus now. Death Ryan is gonna fall to Loco. Ichi, this is a very, very split situation to be in. Ichi just making as much faster as he possibly can, forcing his team to be here. While Nebula trying to pick off people one by one. Ichi, his squad is now here to back up. Gorgeous play by the team of Nebula. Inhib's gonna get taken away. And this is the last push. Focus flashing forward. The Rubo flashline is going to get one shot into the Ruzo is here. Seraphine, the first one to fall on the side of Deadly Sheep, but Iceland is doing a lot of damage. He's trying to do what possibly can, but the Nexus is getting focused. Oh, he's still no static ends the game.
Oh,
Quarter kill, but it wasn't enough.
Ice Hound almost saves the game for Deadly Chi. He does pick up the quadra kill, but unfortunately it does mean Nebula is going to break through the Nexus. It's Sadix landing the final arrow into Deadly Chi's hearts as they put themselves on match point. And I have to say, the macro there to just puppeteer the entirety of Deadly Chi around the map was absolute cinema. It was cinematography at its highest level. And Nebula just moving around Deadly Chi members in that final play, making them go back to the base, back to top turret, back to the base, get that hook onto the jungler, back to the base. Ichi threatening the end, but then also threatening the fight on the top side, then threatening the mid lane inhib. It was absolutely beautiful to watch, and Nebula put themselves on match point in this best of 5.
Yeah, what a game, what a way to close it out. It looked close at moments. It looked like Iceland can maybe step up to 1v9 the game, even getting the quarter kill there at the end, but this macro was just so gorgeous, using the pressure of ending the game, taking kills when Deadly Chi reacted just a little bit too slow, and they easily just punished it. And what a way to end this game. What a way to continue the series. And we're gonna see if game 3 of the series might be the last game of today, of the split, of the season. And it might be the end, but we're gonna see that after 3-minute break.
I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these girls, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future. Choked it down, left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's been growing now. I can see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to all my ghosts.
Drinking that healing, sinking in this feeling. Will you be the time, giving me the signs of life? Making you are clear, but you're gonna read me in the deep. Will you be the time, giving me the signs of life? Of恋も弱火テールスイート何をしててもデイドリーミング Yeah 君の言葉繰り返し寝ても全てもやまないそけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back once again. I'm still gloomy, still joined by insert monologue from last time before. He still deserves all these incredible words. It's Sobonix for their potential last game.
Yeah, very, very, very thanks. Thanks very, very, very much for that lovely introduction. Yes, this is the potential last game. And guys, if you're wondering, hey, where did the handsome analysts go? Where did the insanely Giga Chad boxer go? Where did the very nice looking man go? Where did the very handsome host go? Well, sadly, due to some personal emergencies, they had to vacate. Well, at least that was for one of them. I think the other guys were. One of them's just AFK. I don't know where you went. But yes, so you have to listen to us yap a little bit more. So, right. Of course, Deadly Cheat. They've played game 1 with 2 subs. They've played game 2 with 1 sub. But in the brink of defeat, Lord Lighty appears. And yes, in this last game, they will have their full roster. But, Gloomy, has the damage already been done? What do you think?
Look, all I'm saying is we've seen game 1, complete stomp. Game 2, slight stomp with close competitiveness and big banger at the end. Now, statistics don't lie. So I believe with Deadly G slowly assembling the roster throughout this series, it's like Thanos assembling the Infinity Stone. And it's the narratives that are just going overload in my head right now. It's Deadly G having the Thanos composition with the full roster finally on track. This is their chance to take it back, to go for the coveted reverse sweep.
Yeah, and I think whilst Deadly Chi, of course, they are in the face of losing this grand final, Nebula 1 game away from claiming their crowns, and both literally every single player on their roster has a beautiful storyline to follow when it comes to claiming their trophy. But it's really important now. If they are going to win this, they need to be on their A game. They need to get their heads down. Yes, be comfortable with your lead, but don't get too complacent because Deadly Chi, they're at full power now. Game 1, let's be real, bit of a stomp. There was 2 subs. Game 2, that was borderline very much winnable for Deadly Chi whilst having a sub and a Doom team composition. With Lord Lighty back, and I honestly think Lord Lighty is kind of like the glue that holds this roster together. If you look at his champion pool, Leona, Nautilus, Thresh, they didn't have access to these champions in the previous 2 games. Now they do. Now they can activate the full power of the Deadly Chi with him returning into this last game. And now Nebula, yes, you are in the face of victory. Yes, you are 1 step away from claiming your glory. But this is going to be the most difficult game out of them all. And with Deadly Chi at full power, Nebula need to make sure that they are also at full power themselves.
Yeah, Nebula cannot get cocky. I think we've seen what happened when they get a bit too cocky in this 1 team fight, where they kind of just blundered everything. Like, sometimes when you're in a winning position, you are your own worst enemy in League of Legends. Mentality, mindsets, and all these things are very important. And it is in a losing position important to keep it up, and in a winning position important to not have it too high. We are seeing this time the Ashe being taken away, the Scanner being taken away. These 2 very powerful picks from the last 2 games gone by Deadly Chaz taken away, but the Corki being first pick by Nebula.
Yeah, Corki first pick. We saw them actually grab this champion quite early on in the draft in game 1 as well, and had a massive amount of success in a similar conversation to what we were doing in that first game. Corki can be moved around into multiple positions. Weirdly enough, in the hands of Nebula, it can also be moved into jungle, and that might sound dumb, but it is true. And so for Nebula, they have multiple uses for this Corki. Ezreal is going to be the response, and this is what I'm talking about, oppression. Now having access to his main support, meaning that he has access to his main champion pool. On the previous game, wasn't the Lux. I don't think I've necessarily seen him play too much of Lux this split. Ezreal, however, is a champion that I have seen him play multiple times. I honestly am comfortable in saying it's probably his best marksman that he has available to him. So he's locking that in straight away. And as I said, Deadly Chow. Deadly Chow? God, Deadly Chi. Deadly Chow. That's a yummy Chinese dish. No, Deadly Chi. They are going to be at full power here. They've got Ezreal for Oppression. They've got Karma for Lord Lighty, another champion that Lord Lighty has played multiple times throughout this split to a high level of success, and they now have their bot lane at full strength. But once again, Nebula, they're running it back. Gwen Cassante, it's worked so many times for them. It's going to work again. And I'm actually surprised that this is allowed to happen in grand finals. Like, oh my god.
I love it. I mean, it's spicy. It's also a flex pick.
No.
And
Okay. Secret. All right. If Warwick is
Warwick,
going into a solo lane, which I'm assuming it is, I could be wrong. I know Just Ryan does have quite a deep pool, but if Warwick is going into a lane, Smolder completely counters Warwick. And I'm seeing Smolder being left open here. The reason being, all right, what's Warwick's strengths? Being below 50% HP. Does he do anything if he's above 50% HP? Answer is no. He doesn't scale that well either, and he will just be useless in team fights. What is a champion that thrives in a situation where you don't really have to care about your opponent? Smolder. You get 3 stacks in the Warwick, you're ranged. If he wants to ult you, you have your E to dodge it. It's bloody OP. So if Warwick is going into a lane, Nebula have access to that Smolder if they really want to. Deadly Chi, though, they have the option to put this Warwick into the jungle. We don't really know where it's going. We don't know who can play Warwick on their team. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt that they can flex this into multiple positions. We've already seen Icehound pick up the Sivir, so he's confident to pick unique and wacky champions in this series. And so, yeah, we don't know where the Warwick is going, and we'll just have to see as the rest of the draft continues.
yeah, I mean, there's also a certain mid laner that would love to see a Warwick win, from what I've heard. But
Shout out Amalia.
we are also, the thing is, which yes, I love this spicy pick. I love the Warwick. Also, a champion. I mean, Warwick has been in solo lanes has been quite hit with the recent rework that he got. But I also know that we have Nebula, and they have their Triforce of champions: Corki, Gwen, Cassandra. The only thing you can maybe change around is a Skarner, but this is the free chance you don't want to give Nebula.
Okay, so it's not Warwick mid.
It could be a Kali top.
Yeah.
No, it's gonna be a Kali mid. It's Icehound.
Yeah, it's Icehound. Icehound on the Akali, we've seen what he can do on that champion. It's probably his best outside of Katarina. So yeah, you could be right. And well, hopefully for his sake and keeping his hopes of winning this title up, he maintains that 100% win rate. Nebula now, they have the option to go for a Galio into the Akali, which is a terrifying situation. You, as an Akali player, know yourself this is not a good matchup for the Akali. We're seeing some goofy hovers here from Nebula. It is essentially down to the last pick. Again, they can move the Cassante into mid lane if they really want to. They can move the Galio into support if they really want to. I know Loco plays it. So, chance of hovers. It's Loco, so I doubt he's going to lock in any of these champions. But yeah, it is going to be the Leona instead, which is rounding up a very, very interesting team composition here. And I must admit, these champions kind of struggle against Warwick, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I mean, Warwick loves melee champions, loves champions with not too much range, and last champion with not this, without immense burst, right? Like, the longer the fight goes, the better it's for Warwick. He has this immense healing, especially if he goes low. He gets so strong when he gets low, when he doesn't just get bursted away. And the Smolder that you talked about is going to get picked up by Deadly Chi instead. And I do think I favor.
Okay.
You don't seem convinced.
No, I'm kind of thinking. I'm just going on my gut feeling here. I'm not a fan of this Smolder pick, to be honest. You're going into the Cassante. There are a lot of counters open, and I think Jeff does actually play a lot of them. Hasn't opted into it. So I'm not sure how I feel about that. Obviously, you can see Gnar kind of banned. I think that is Jeff's usual pick into Cassante that he has gone for throughout the split. The only issue I'm seeing with this Deadly Chi composition is Warwick is the solo engager. okay, and he's being played in the jungle, which I'm glad, because in the lanes here, maybe a bit troublesome. I think he would have done well in the mid lane, but someone in the chat is saying jungle is unironically Warwick's worst role, and I weirdly enough agree with it. It is his worst role. And so they're moving Warwick into the jungle, and what I'm concerned of for Deadly Chi is, like, you have a backline that kind of want to kite, but then you have a front line who want to go forward. So they have to be careful to play as a unit. They need to make sure they don't split apart from each other, because if you have a Gwen, Cassante, Leona chasing a Smolder, Ezreal, and a Karma, this Warwick Akali is just going to get one shot by a Gwen Corki. So that is going to be the problem for Deadly Chi. But you seem to actually be in favor of their team composition. What do you think?
The thing is, it might be my gut feeling that I always favor Akali drafts. I'm gonna be real here, but no, I like Deadly Chi's draft quite a lot. I do see the issues with the opposite ways of approaching the fights internally, but this Akali, if she gets to survive the Galio, which she can do, she can go for the fleet footwork. She can also go for a Conqueror, which I think I would love to see this game. If you go for the Conqueror, go for the Liandry's into Lich Bane in this game around, or other way around. Would make this Akali very, very strong. She can go through the front line with this build. She's still a very major threat for this Corki, who is going to be a very important damage threat for Nebula. So I think this Akali can have a lot of value if she goes for the right build, which a lot of Akali players, a lot of players in mid lane in general, often fail to see nuances in itemizations. But I don't think that Isan is the type of player to not properly build. I do judge him that he knows when to build what build, so I do believe he's going to do that. The Warwick is going to be very, very strong into that Nebula draft. There isn't any big burst. Maybe the needlework coming out of that Gwen to instantly shred through the Warwick if she gets fast enough. Plus, we're going to have a very oppressive lane by Deadly Chi with the Ezreal Karma into the Corki Leona. And Smolder is just gonna free farm in the top lane. There's a reason why Smolder is picked into Cassante. You just get your stacks for free, and there's nothing really he can do to punish you. So, which is the reason why I kinda prefer Deadly Chi's draft, but the weaknesses can just make it fall apart in itself.
Yep. But that's actually a pretty decent argument there. I do think the Smolder is being picked into a pretty decent team composition here. The only thing I will say is so Deadly Chi's picks into Nebula's champions are not bad, aside from the Akali. The issue is as a team composition as a whole, it's not that good in itself, and I do think I mean, they have the tools to play in a very unique way, catch Nebula off guard almost, but I do genuinely see problems in the early game fights. I think Warwick and Akali is going to have a lot of value in these early game fights, but it's like Ezreal, Karma, they're just so different to what Akali and Warwick want to do, similarly to the Smolder, that it's a little bit disconnected as a team composition. So I'm putting my vote for Nebula here. However, as you know, Nebula always have to lose a series, one game in a series. And I feel like if it is going to be any game, it's probably going to be this one. I mean, it has to be, right?
Yeah, I mean, all the narratives just speak for Deadly Chi winning this game. It's a 5-0, 100% win rate Akali on Ison and Deadly Chi. It is statistically, with how we've seen the improvement throughout 2 games, if we go from game 1 to game 2 to game 3, Deadly Chi should win this, and Nebula has to throw 1 game away. So if we look by all the things that don't really matter in the series and don't make sense, but people still love to say them, Deadly Chi will win this game.
Sadly, well, I don't know. I was gonna say, sadly, you can't really take into account fantasy factors in League of Legends, but I mean, I could be wrong. I've seen some crazy things in my time. Yeah, this series, obviously, it's been very dominant. It's been very one-sided. That is with Deadly Chi not at maximum capacity. This last game here, and obviously it's going to be sad, but the truth is, if they make a mistake, if they drop this game, that is the series over. You know, whether or not they had their main roster or not, the truth is like, you lose this game, split over, title over to Gucci Nebula. And so that is a lot of pressure, right? That is a lot of pressure on your shoulders. I know that the individuals of Deadly Chi, they are very ambitious, but they are also, I would say, relatively level-headed people. I know Icehound is someone that, you know, he's a very calm, chillax guy. Maybe not in game all the time, but you know, he's a calm, chillax guy. He's easy to talk to, and I think Deadly Chi, if they are in the face of, you know, match point in a series, I don't think that itself will get to them. But I'm concerned in the fact that it seems like throughout the series, Nebula have gotten, as you mentioned, their like Trinity Force. Every single game, Nebula have gotten exactly what they wanted. And so maybe for Deadly Chi, that is more of a mistake than anything else.
Yeah, I mean, in Deadly Chi's defense, it's always so hard to draft against Nebula. They maybe should have taken away the Gwen or the Cassandra, but then on the other hand, Deadly Chi, who knows, can they flex the Cassandra into the mid lane? Who knows, can they flex the Gwen into the jungle? The Nebula has worked so hard and so much in working together with their coach Ace to build up this iron-proof champion pool, and in these Discord leagues, not every team will have put in the work into the same pool, and this is what makes these so interesting. These leagues is so many different drafts, so many ways to approach the game, and we see Deadly Chi, they had to ban the Skarner. We saw what it did in game 1. They had to ban the Ashe. We saw what it did in game 2. And they have to take these champs away. Aurora, another insane B1 pick. And when they do that, they will have to give over a Corki. And then they can't just take away Gwen and Cassandra on R1, R2, because they most likely just don't flex it around. And that is just one of Nebula's big strengths so far. This split, this playoffs, this season, is they have this iron-proof draft approach and champion pool, and you just have to put your hats off for Ace for building this up with the team.
Yeah, I mean, Ace is such an interesting person to discuss in the SLE, right? He's never played, yet he has such an impact on the community. And you know, a lot of the times you see a lot of polarizing figures. You know, people who get along with a lot, who don't get along with others. Some people who is liked by a few and completely hated by a collect few. Ace is the one guy who has the effect he has on the community, whilst also being loved by everyone in the SLE as well. And I think it comes down to respect. This guy has track record speaks for himself. He coached Gucci into an SLE championship. A roster that was already strong, but it did need a lot of work. And he was the man, he was the mastermind behind that operation. Gucci Nebula was struggling throughout this series, and he comes into this roster, gives it the extra boost they need, and as you said, they seem to become this iron giant that Deadly Chi or no one in the SLE can penetrate. And yes, they make their few hiccups, and you know, I've seen Ace coach firsthand myself. I've also worked with LEC coaches myself. He's the closest thing in the amateur scene I've seen to those LEC coaches, and I think you can see the impact and the effect he has on these rosters. Gucci Nebula on the brink of claiming their title, and Ace, without even playing a single game in the SLE, might be able to claim 2 titles of his own.
Yeah, but something like, you know, going away from all this ace glazing, which yes, he deserves, but back to the game, I want to mention Akali did go for the Doran's ring instead of the Doran's shield, which I do find quite interesting, because especially in rough matchups, you really want this Doran's shield, which is Doran's shield, I think, is the most cost-efficient item in the game. I do think so. I think it's very, very broken for the gold that you spend on it. You spend 450, and it just has so much value. It heals you for way too much health throughout the laning phase, and Doran's shield is like one of the reasons why Akali is such an obnoxious champ in solo queue, because it feels like you trade on it so much, and she just doesn't really go low on her health, because Doran's shield just heals so much back up. And you can go for the Doran's ring if you're very confident in the matchup, if you're in a very good matchup, because it gives you a lot of nice extra damage. And into the Galio, going for the ring instead of the shield, I think is quite cocky and can backfire pretty hardly.
I'm going to do you play Akali by any chance?
How would you guess that?
That's crazy. No, really good insight and really nice to know that breakdown of the itemization that he's chosen. On the bot side, we can see Ezreal Carver. I think we all understand the aggression that this bot lane can impact onto the actual laning phase. And I mean, impressions Ezreal very, very good for what the SLE is. But Engage,
Yeah, Engage is coming through Lot Lightly. He's gonna get back to healed up. Lot Lightly is gonna use the heal. God. The heat is getting to me.
hey, it's been a long day. I mean, it really has. But, yeah,
It's
I got
game
nothing.
three.
I got nothing for you. I tried. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, Lord Lighty did have to use the heal, but I don't think it impacts it too much. Some of the spells in general are kind of healthy here, and you know, Karma has tools in her kit. I think as you can see, the strength of Karma is you have your ultimate from level 1, which, by the way, I think is completely insane. I don't know why that's a thing. But yeah, Karma does have ultimate at level 1, meaning you can just apply all this pressure. She's essentially a burst mage at the start of the laning phase. As he breaks into a support and sidestep. And, well, we discussed the impact it has for Deadly Chi to receive all 5 players back for this series, potential series winning game. You can see already it is going well. It's completely a different story. And not just in the bot lane, it's almost like a revitalization for everyone else. You see in the mid lane, this is the first time we're seeing Icehound add a lead against Itchy. This is the first time we're seeing Jeff add a significant lead. I say significant, I know everyone's like, it's only 2 CS. Well, it's a smolder, so if he's ahead, if he's even, he's ahead. A significant lead against Bruzu, so yeah, it could be a momentum swing just to get the 5 players back for Deadly Chi.
Yeah, also, they have, for Ison, very big confidence on this Akali, which might switch these things up in the mid lane, which Ichi has proven throughout this series and the last series that he is the better mid laner. But there is always this big value of comfort, especially on melee players. Like, put a melee player on a mage and he looks completely different. But now Ison on this Akali might be what he really needed to turn it around in this mid lane matchup. And I really, really hope that Deadly Chi is gonna take the chances that they have. They are gonna take the second win, the third win at this point, with getting their support back into the roster and make this a competitive series and bring us to game 4 here.
Yep, and I think that Michi, they have the tools to do it. Main roster is back, and whilst we keep discussing that same narrative, it is extremely important because, you know, I do think Deadly Chi as a team, it's a roster where the end result is greater than the parts involved, and that's no disrespect to the individuals on this team, but I do think as a unit they are so lethal in what they do. I think they actually work extremely well together, the parts that they've put in this roster. So Deadly Chi, they're going to be a lot scarier this time around. The lanes going much better than the first iteration of these games in this series, and so it's a really good platform for them to actually build momentum in this game. But Icehound going aggressive.
I don't know, might be a little bit of danger. Shroud is not available, which is such an important tool, but perfect execution is going to use defensively. Something you really don't like when you play the Akali, but nice play to escape this game.
Yeah, I do think Icehound is a really, really good Akali player. I have to say, he did play that very, very well. But I think whilst you don't want to be using the perfect execution defensively, I think in the face of a gank, it's completely fine to do that. It does.
Oh yeah, no, did not try to
open up. It does actually open up the ability to grab this dragon as well for Just Ryan. So it's a really nice thing to do for Deadly Chi. So actually surviving that gank is a really, really good thing to do. Now, Deadly Chi, they conceded 6 grubs in the first game. Sorry, in game 2. And we saw how quick those 6 grubs can just get through structures. Deadly Chi, it was like they lost 1 fight at the dragon with 6 grubs, and they basically almost ended the game. There was bot tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 all up, and that's, you know, 6 grubs is all you need if you want to get through those quickly. So I think for Deadly Chi, they should learn the errors of past and make sure, do whatever you can to stop this 6 grub take. So yeah, I really hope for their sake that they don't. And
Oh wait, first blood into the pocket of Deadly Chi.
Warwick's broken. Uh-oh.
Oh, Lord Lighty might be a little bit of danger. Shy has the needlework available. Just right, just use the ultimate ability to get the pick. But they are maybe looking for the dive. Just right, white tank. But oh, that's oppression. That's miss the ultimate ability, and they are just gonna survive it here. But still a very nice pick onto local.
Yeah, and whilst that did look goofy, again, the thing about Warwick is he's at most powerful when he's below 50% HP, so that is why he's going for crazy plays. The dive, a little bit scuffed. You could see the True Shot Barrage. It was aimed in a particular way so that Sanix and Loki would walk into it, but I think because of that ward there in the bush, I think it was spotted out that the True Shot Barrage was being casted. Had they been hit by that, I think the dive was definitely viable to play, but because of that missing, they couldn't go for any extra dive, and I mean, it did look a little bit comedic, but at the very least, no casualties for Deadly Chi. So they pick up the first blood, and already you can see what it's like. And I was already kind of thinking of something to discuss. One important piece of information is for Nebula, right? You dominate game 1, game 2, a little shaky. The one game that you don't win is the game where the enemy team have their full roster. That is going to be such an impact on their mentalities. They drop this game here, and it's like, oh, crap. You know, their main team is back. We can't mess around anymore. And suddenly you could get into your own head. So, damn shit, they have a really good chance. Like, if there's a game to win, I mean, obviously, because if they don't win, they lose anyway. But if there's a game that could really break the mentals of Nebula, this game right here is going to be that one.
Yeah, definitely. If Nebula, like, does lose this one, like you said, they do lose the moment that FEG is on the full roster. This is so neck breaking, and especially if Nebula cannot quickly recover it, this is just potentially the full series for FEG. But on the other hand, it is only minute 9:30. Nothing has happened so far. It's a 1k gold lead so far for FEG. But something I would really like to mention is I see a hunting guys in the inventory of Akali, and I am a very happy caster.
Yeah, Akali is one of those. Oh, actually, the third.
Oko is going forward. They've bullied the entire laning phase, but no summon spells available on this Karma. They're just turning it around. Oppression has no summon spells available. It's just gonna dash out of it. But oh, Warwick looks so silly.
Yeah, Warwick running at full speed with this is 450 Blue Essence champion design just to see there are 4 people there. So you kind of want to just turn around, take a U-turn, go back to your camps. Yeah, 2v2 from the bot lane here. It's quite an interesting discussion. Whilst Ezreal and Karma can play range and they can poke, it's really aggressive. The thing is, you get tagged by anything from that Leona and a brawl starts, you get one shot right there. The kill credit did go over to Loco, which is actually not a bad thing because Leona with gold is also good, but you can see the threat there. Yes, Lord Lighty has kind of been playing on the edge. He's been doing great pieces of movement, dodging away from spells, but right there, did get tagged by the Leona ultimate and just got one shot. So the scrub fight is going to start again.
Yeah, this time around, no Solaf there ready for Loco. It will Nebula will most likely just gonna try to look for one grab, but just right, stepping forward. Oppression is only on its way now. Shy used the first needlework. Just right is forced to go out with a lot of wombo combos. Tiro's entrance is canceling the infinite to rest by just fine. He's getting taunted. It is a one shot. Beautiful play by Itchy. Loco finally falls, but so does Ice Sound. He could not get the second perfect execution off, and Lord Light is on the run while he's not gonna get able to get away. Itchy is here to help out his team, and they're just gonna pick up this freshly rejoined support.
Yeah, and whilst you don't give over 6 grubs, you give over a crucial skirmish, and Itchy interrupts Just Ryan's ultimate, which was put onto a very, very effective target with the hero's entrance. And Itchy, we're going to see it right here on the replay, Just Ryan uses the infinite DRS, and with an unfortunate timing, it gets interrupted by the hero's entrance. Itchy on the Gallia, timing is perfect. The perfect execution is able to finish on 1 kill. Actually, Lord Lighty getting the kill credit, which is also not a good scenario. Came back just to take 2 kills from his carries, and unfortunately for Deadly Chi, the start of this game was good, but they're behind now.
Yeah, Just Ryan stepping forward. He doesn't have the infinite curse available. neither that is the perfect execution here for Isound, but Lord Lighty is here. Loco might be in a lot of danger. No flash is available. Neither is the solar flap. It's just there's no damage by Deadly Chi. Itchy on the chase. He's going forward. He's taunting them. Only Lord Lighty has been hit by the CC, but Shy doing a lot of damage. Loco picking up the enemy support as Ryan tries to chase Shy, but he's gonna fall. And that is the weakness of Warwick. He's just gonna run behind like a sad little puppy.
Yeah, that is.
Oh.
Oppression.
Oppression might be a lot of danger. Xenix, the go.
Yeah, Oppression does have to flash away, and unfortunately for Deadly Chi, they lose once again. Another skirmish in the mid lane, and it's tragic, right? I think they were looking for a death bush, but you're looking for a death bush with a Warwick that has Merc Treads and a Karma. You're not gonna one-shot a Leona in that fashion. Ichigo.
Oh, Ichi looking for the tower dive onto the Akali. Usually it's the Akali that does this, but Ichi turning the tables around. Just Ryan did miss build. Ichi, can he turn it? Does he get out? No, just Ryan, don't do this. Just Ryan, this is so tilt play. He did get the shutdown, but at what cost?
It is a shutdown for just Ryan. But yeah, as you said, at what cost? Itchy now sitting at 4-1. Icehound, that's the third solo kill of this series that Itchy has gotten onto this player. I think a lot of people coming into this series saw this mid lane as the most tightly contested matchup of them all. But Itchy is just shoving that back into everyone's face and then just binding Icehound into the ground. Again, you have to say this Warwick pick, I don't get it, you know. I've seen Just Ryan play so many variants of champions to a high level of success, and unfortunately in this last one here, this one just isn't working out in the way that he imagined to. The Warwick, I was just about to say the mid lane death bush, you just didn't have the damage to kill a Leona, and it doesn't go right. In the mid lane, Icehound gets solo killed underneath his own turret. You try to follow up the kill. Yes, you did pick up a shutdown, which is nice for the Warwick, but fortunately, you have to give over a second kill to the Galio. So technically, in a 2v1, Galio gets 2 kills. And it's not a good situation for Deadly Chi. And Gloomy, this is championship-winning game. I think maybe Nebula have one hand on the trophy.
Itchy just picked up a measure.
Why not?
I love the confidence. I mean, I rarely see Galio building measures, especially when he only has 2 stacks and a Dark Seal, but this man got balls. He ain't here to play. He has a job to finish. And Itchy, even if he has to put his team on the back after the early game, he is gonna do it. He is gonna take his second title, right? Or is it his third? No, it's the second, right? Look,
It's
it's the
Warwick's
first.
Yep.
God, so many titles.
That's a lot of trophies.
It is.
And, I mean, let's take a minute to talk about that. I'm seeing a bit of a dead period, possibly, as no cast is coming in, but you know, there's always discussions about who really is the GOAT of the SLE, and personally for me, I've always said it already is Loco. Just, I think, you know, he's held his own at the top for so long. I've had splits where I've not really been on a top team, so that argument in itself dominates that one, and he's potentially about to claim his third, and any argument against that is just shut down as bot lane dive. Oh, this looks painful.
Yeah, Loco wants the third trophy. They're diving them. Ichi taking up his next kill. He's gonna make it 8 Magi stacks and the tower as well. And this game is all of a sudden exploding.
Yeah, this game is exploding. Deadly Chi. Honestly, the start of the game did look really, really good for them. Ruzu all out.
Yeah, Ruzu did just do all out. No flash on Jeff, and solo kill. Akali is coming in. Perfect execution is available. Nice cancel by Ruzu. He's gonna create some space for him. Icehound does not get Ruzu quite low quite yet. Hero's entrance comes to save the day. Infinite Perez, whatever. It's the ultimate is available for one. I did Google the name of the ult, but I just forgot it.
Infinite Duress. Well, he didn't actually use the ultimate. That was just the Q, because it does follow through on whatever target is being queued. And yeah, I think the struggle is kind of being shown right now for Deadly Chi in the comp as Loco engages.
Yeah, Solar Flash available, no flash on Kamir either, and Shy going on the killing spree. They're just one-shotting every member of Deadly Chi one by one.
Yep, one by one, indeed. And think Deadly Chi, it's a commendable effort, and you do feel bad for them that they had to play this entire series kind of without their full power, and only in this last game were they able to field the full 5. But yeah, I mean, this game's not got much left in it. The damage profile from Deadly Chi is just lackluster, especially at this current moment in time. The early game is troublesome, as it is. The mid game is really where it gets difficult for them. If there is a universe that they can get the Smolder and the Ezreal to the late game, then sure, there is a fighting chance with Deadly Chi. But I'm just kind of seeing the way these fights are going. I'm seeing, you know, this upcoming objective that Deadly Chi, I'm assuming, is just not going to be able to play for. And, yeah, it's going to be tricky. However, me and you both know Nebula very well. We know that they are capable of spectacular things, good and bad. So, it's not over yet. It's not over yet.
Look, I see a mid lane on the minimap, and I see a Corki on it. That's all I'm saying. Dragon is gonna get picked up by Nebula. Gonna be the second in their pocket. Oh, but they might be jumping the top tower. No, I mean, Akali doesn't fish me quite yet, so should be fine. Okay. Oh, wait, Ezreal? Oh, not even close, but
I think when that is the most hyped thing that has happened in the last 5 minutes, then the game is pretty unfortunate.
I mean, you know, sometimes in LCS, when the games are so like slow and boring, that the crowd is silent. Yeah, the crowd is very silent, and every time the herald gets placed, the crowd is cheering like when the herald charges.
Oh yeah, that's true. Why is the crowd not doing that? That's weird.
Yeah, why don't? Where's our crowd?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I mean, this game, it's approaching that 20-minute mark. The gold lead is actually not that big, considering kind of the way things have gone out. I have to say, something about Nebula that's probably worth discussing is, you know, all these players from Nebula, going from top to bottom, are all extremely proven. I think coming into this split, everyone knew what all these players were capable of. Jeff might be dead.
Aggressive possession forward. Jeff has the flash available. He's gonna walk towards the wall, but oh, beautiful Lola coming up by Ruzu. Jeff trying to walk away. Does have the flash available. Is greeting on it, but now finally does pop it, and maybe a little overzealous play by Ruzu, but he did also force his opponent's flash.
Yeah, very, very nice. Maybe greening the flash is one of the first, but also that wall is very difficult to flash, so Baron is just gonna get started up here.
Yeah, can Deadly Chi, does Deadly Chi even know that they're on the Baron is I think the bigger question. Shy is doing a lot of damage. Oh, they finally checked it with a blue ward. And I think Nebula, which is gonna back up. No, they're gonna keep on doing it. Gesante is teleporting in, beautiful solar flare is coming up by Loki, does not sign anyone yet, but Lord Fight, he's gonna get one shot.
Wait, Shy's alone on the Baron.
Ison is in the backline. Ison can he get out of this? He does have the second perfect execution available, and execute is available for Jeff. He does have enough stacks. Finally, Locust, the first one to fall, and this was way too greedy by Nebula.
What? Yeah, Nebula, like we said, they are capable of fantastic things, and this one follows that very same description. They go for a two-man Baron and get spotted out by a ward. TPs come in immediately from Jeff. They pick up that one kill. Jeff has the stacks to now execute members on the Smolder. And we said, I was saying, I don't see the Smolder getting to a position where he can just 1v9 the game, but here he is.
Shot down into the pocket, make it another. Jeff all of a sudden got very, very fat.
Yeah, Jeff picking up 2 kills. He's now 3-1 on the Smolder. We have a game on our hands. And Nebula, they make massive hiccups on this Baron play. There was absolutely no need for it. It almost looked like they got bored themselves. Went for a really flip objective take. And Deadly Chi, I mean, they are somehow only 1k gold behind. That gold lead is diminishing despite the kill lead. And right now, we're in the face of a Smolder sitting on 3 kills. And this Akali bought so much time in the Shroud in that particular team fight. Deadly Chi, they are not going to back down without a fight.
Yeah, I mean, very well played by Deadly Chi, punishing this play. Ison just sitting in the backline in the Shroud, threatening the backline of Nebula that he's just gonna one-shot them. And Loco? Wait, what I also want to mention, Iceland is going for the Rift Maker, so not that much burst is going to come out of him onto Xenix, but a lot of damage for the Cassandra and the Galio, which I think means that she kind of just wants to play this slowly front to back, but very interested to see how they're going to play out the next fight with this incredibly fat Smolder.
Yeah, this is extremely interesting to now dissect, right? Because the truth is the scaling on Nebula is extremely good. Let's not forget that. But the problem is, now with the Smolder active, it's a scary situation for Nebula because he can kite this Cassante and the Gallia extremely well. And what you were saying in draft, the reason why you felt Deadly Cheese team composition was strong, I think was something that everyone kind of agreed with, but no one saw the ability for them to get to that stage. Loco looking for a flank, though. I don't think he's going to find it. You can see right now the difficulty.
Itchy.
Oh, Itchy.
Oh, Itchy with beautiful taunt onto the wall. Wait, he's going to use the infinite to just dip out. I got this.
Icehound?
Oh, Icehound not too shy. He does a lot of damage onto this poor Gwen. But can he get the second perfect execution?
Oh my god, Shy!
Shy did survive it, but Hero's Entrance, it can be big, is killing the jungle of Deadly G, and the ultimate of Smolder doesn't kill anyone quite yet. Itchy alone into the backline. Can he get out of it? Yes, he can with a nice flash dodging. Oppression, but Icehound by one in trouble now, flashing out of here. But Ruzu, Kazante moment, one-shotting everyone. Will he fall? No, he does not get executed quite yet. Smolder does fall. Oppression might be next. Icehound alone into everyone. He does not kill anyone. Sending goes on a killing spree, and Deadly G played this so unoptimal.
Rozu is the man of the hour! This fight, they were on the back foot, they hiked to kite away from the Smolder, firing bullets in their heart, and Rozu just turns it around. He wants his long-desired SLE title, and he is not going to back down. We head into the replay here. Itchy saves everyone with the Hero's Entrance. Sonic went way too far forward, but did have the summoner spells, and he was left alone. And look here, this is where Jeff felt confident to step forward and do the damage, and whilst they are running away, it's Ruzu who turns around, eliminates the Karma from the fight, and the rest of Nebula had the gates open to take over that team fight, and they're onto the Baron.
Yeah, finally the Baron. They wanted to sneak for infinite rest is coming up, and he's gonna get one shot just fine. Tried to go for the steal, but it did not work. Icehound does have the perfect execution available. Does pop the shroud. Can he get out of it? Nice play. Trying to get something, but no, he's just gonna fall. Now the ultimate coming out by Jeff, but he's just gonna take Loco. Can the rest of Nebula get out with the buff? It looks like they can, and once again sacrificing the support for the Baron. Nebula all of a sudden back on the gas.
It's not just a sacrifice for the support, they actually trade positively. It's a 1-for-2 in favor of Nebula, but Deadly Chi, they're looking to pressure this.
Ruzu just kills the Karma in a 1 versus 3. Can he get more? His team is there. Ruzu stepping up. He has been called the best top laner of this split for a good reason.
Oh my god, Ruzu does not want to lose this game, and whilst these 3 carries are posing a massive threat, you would think a Cassante would struggle in this scenario, but not this man. He wants that trophy and he's gunning for it. The Baron secured by Shy, and the fight is a little bit awkward. Icehound with a beautiful flank, but unfortunately, the perfect execution wasn't quite perfect to get CC'd up, and if he had got that one off, it would have been a lethal scenario. The mom from Jeff did so much damage as we go to back to life.
That's right, it's just gonna get popped. Not even worth 300 gold anymore. Xenix goes unstoppable, and they are maybe looking for more. Ruzu is so damn strong, but they are gonna step back, taking it calm. No, they don't take any risks.
Yeah, they don't take any risks here, and Deadly Chi, they are navigating these fights the best way possible. Jeff still sitting at 4-2, having 3 items in his inventory, but Nebula, and especially Ruzu, has his eyes on the trophy!
The question is, he does use the cleanse. Can he get out of it? Yes, he can, thanks to the Karma, but that was a nice summoner spell, forced out by Nebula.
Yeah, 4-star, and for some reason you're looking at that kill score and you're wondering, how is this game so neck and neck? Why are the tensions high? The truth is, the Smolder has scaled to a position of power, and that is the threat now for Deadly Chi. And anytime they play without their Smolder, it is a precarious situation. But pings onto the top side from Nebula.
Yeah, they might. Yeah, they're looking for the tower. Jeff is here. He's trying to defend it. A lot of damage coming up with a 2-shot barrage, but can they get the tower? No, they cannot. Wait. Deadly G might be the one on the hunt. Mom comes through, a lot of damage forced, and barrier is forced out of Xanix, and they are trying to just run away. Just Ryan has the infinite
Ryan?
dress available. Can he go on to Xanix? Yes,
Oh my
he
God!
can! Beautiful snipe! Warwick pick finally paying off by getting that big shutdown. Loco might be the next one on the list. Lord Lighty does miss the Q, but Just Ryan is on the hunt. Loco finally does escape from it, but Ruzo, the man, the myth, the legend, the man of the hour. Can he play this one as well? Going unstoppable, going on to Just Ryan. The all out is gonna get top destroyed as much as he possibly can, but he's gonna get beat by the Warwick. Shut down yet again for the Smolder.
It took 27 minutes, but Just Ryan finds the functionality for the werewolf in the jungle, and he's gonna catch Xanix over the wall, out of vision. The AD carry for Nebula is down, and right now, Deadly Chi, they're starting to do the damage onto Nebula. It's a slow burner, but they're starting to poke the holes into the Iron Giant. They're finding points of exploitation onto the Nebula side, and Deadly Chi, they are putting up a fight. They're not gonna drop down just merely in shatters. They are in the face of a 20-kill Gucci Nebula, but they are fighting back with a powerful fist, and this upcoming dragon is going to spell the rest of this game. If Infernal Soul locks in for Nebula, they are going to have way too much damage for Deadly Chi to deal with, but this dragon, if Just Ryan can secure this, it's going to set up the stage for a possible comeback. He's already done it before this series, and he has to do it again.
Yeah, oh Lord Light, he might be in danger. Beautiful Flash is gonna dodge the Solar Flare. Now keep in mind, for the upcoming Drake, there's no Solar Flare available for the Leona. But Just Ryan is here. Can he find the crucial ultimate once again? Ichi going forward. Can
No,
he
Lord Light.
Yes, he gets Lord Light. He's just gonna get popped like a balloon, and Teleport is coming through from Ruzu. He did die in the top lane, but he is still incredibly strong, incredibly tanky. Trying to look onto Akali. Akali is just gonna get out of it. What a nice balanced champion. Oh, wait, oppression. He did step too much forward. Can he get out of it? Yes, he can. Using the flash. Ruzu does have the all-out available in case anybody is stepping up a little bit too forward. Ison still in the background trying to arrest as much as he possibly can. Ichi did tank the shuriken flip, and it's a two-front war as Ichi going forward into the shot. Beautiful taunt onto Ison. Just use the flash to get out of it.
Man.
Is still alive somehow. Grant does a lot of damage. Oh, it's gonna get used onto Just Fine, and he's just gonna fall to Xanix. Jeff might be the next target. He does have the flash available to get away from the top, but he does not click it. Ichi does a lot of damage, really slashing out. Ichi now let's get a beautiful cancel onto the top. But just double kill with one pop.
What a crazy fight! So much happened there! That was elongated to the maximum effect! True Shot Barrage does not finish off Ruzu. Jeff staying alive, doing the damage in the back line for Deadly Chi. They're actually going to get their hands onto this Inferno Dragon. And Nebula, they're starting to slip, they're starting to falter, but a teleport coming in behind.
Ichi? Wait, Ichi, that might have been a bit too cocky. He's trying to get away. He can't. He's just gonna walk off. He's now in flank position, but he's getting spotted by the ward, trying to stall some time for his team. Ruzu does not have the teleport available, and he's also trying to go for the mid-wave instead of the dragon. I don't understand what Ichi and Xanix are trying to do here. Oh, wait, nice engaged by Ichi. Can he just one-shot on Lightly? Yes, he can. Oh my goodness. Xanix, can he steal it? Oh. No, Ezreal does get the dragon. Ison is here. Xanix might be a lot of execution isn't available quite yet. Healed entrance is coming through.
Oh, no.
Flash available for Ichi. This is horrible for Nebula, but Just Ryan might want to fall. He does have the infinite rest available. Oppression. He's gonna get run down by Xanix, but he's just gonna shift out of here. And Ruzu stepping forward. And oh, this could have gotten very badly for Nebula.
And breathe, Nebula, they are starting to play on a nice edge. They are risking everything they can to get that Inferno Dragon. It did get secured by Oppression in the very end, but they're now moving their attention over to this Baron. And I think right now, Deadly Chi, they are starting to win these fights. And you can see Icehound bought so much time on the back line. Ruzu is playing these fights out of his mind, but the Smolder is the threat, and the Baron already half HP.
Yeah, they are trying to look for the Baron. It was very good in the last time, but can it go well again? Oh, beautiful. All out coming up from Russo, taking away the jungler. He is going to fall for it, most likely, but he's stalling a lot of time for his team. They are all chasing him down. Jeff is going unstoppable, but is once again 4 Baron buffs for Nebula.
4 Baron buffs for Nebula, and in the current moment in time, this is gonna ensure the Deadly Chi don't have the ability to push through the base. Josh Ryan didn't manage to get into the pit in time, and unfortunately for Deadly Chi, I think the problem there, Icehound did actually take the blast cone, but I think he misdirected himself. He was I could be wrong, but I'm assuming he wanted to put himself into the pit to try and buy some time for Josh Ryan to get in there to go for the steal. And unfortunately, he went over to the side, over the wall still. And so there was no real pressure coming out of the Akali. The Baron buff now secured for Gucci Nebula. They need to utilize this. They cannot afford to drop another fight because Jeff is doing everything he can to keep his team in this series.
They need to do anything they can. Jeff, can he be the man of the hour? Can he take them to get this win? Next Dragon is gonna spawn in 3 minutes. Until then, probably a bit more of a quiet time. Maybe some small little fights for the vision, but nothing big could happen in general. Wait, I may have just jinxed it. Deadly Chi are looking for a pick in the bot lane. Just right, he's gonna get forward. Yes, the infinite rest available. Deadly Chi going forward. Can he get the taunt with the Warwick? Yes, he can, but Mom is not gonna connect onto that many people. Ison doesn't get perfect execution available, and he is.
She's dead.
Ichi's gonna get picked, but Ison is in the backline alone. Can he get the play? Solo is gonna connect. Ison Ichi's gonna get one pop, does get a live needle where it doesn't fully one-shot him. Jeff Go gets a double kill, and Shy might be the next on the list. Can he get the triple? No, he cannot. It's just Ryan does kill his supposing jungler. Ruzu did push the mid wave, but this is gonna get out of here.
The key thing there is Nebula did not have their Baron on Ruzu. It was a 4v5. I was so surprised that Ichi actually felt confident to go for an engage there, despite the numbers advantage. I'm assuming that he wanted Ruzu to go for a teleport play, but opted to just push through that mid lane base. And with this Baron, they actually end up with 3 casualties. As a result, no turrets push. Deadly Chi, they've clawed back a lot of the gold deficit, and now they're pushing this bot lane turret.
Yeah, they are going to look for the push. Xenix is here, but he can't really step up to clear the way. Fuzu does join to help his bot lane out, but the Ichi is just gonna take away. And one thing that I've noticed, the reason why Ichi might have been this confident before the stat, he did have 25 measure stacks. And I know this feeling, when you have these 25 stacks, you feel like you could just take on the world. Oh, no Fnatic Rush this time.
The problem is, though, it's like in the Galio right now, he's played impeccably well. It's difficult to be the main engager on the Galio. I think a lot of the times people assume that this is a champion that you can start fights with. The optimal setup for the Galio is actually to be the follow-up engage with the hero's entrance. And so in that particular scenario, you go forward with Justice Punch, and you just are left in this precarious situation. The problem for Deadly Chi right now is that Sanix is currently sitting at 8-1, and what we saw in that dragon fight, the one that Deadly Chi were able to steal away, is that when Sanix entered a duel against Oppression, he was winning it in a very dominant fashion. And so this Corki, if he is able to hit the right targets, can be the difference maker. And so far, it's Jeff that's on the side of Deadly Chi that is really holding down the fort. I think the rest of Deadly Chi are just relying, and you can see they're surrounding their smolder, treating it almost like their queen bee, and just making sure that Jeff is just untouched in these fights, as this next dragon is going to be crucial.
This next dragon can be the make or break for Deadly Chi. If his soul picked up for Nebula, it's a level 64. Yeah, but no vision on them. Ruzu and Shy are on a little bit of a flank. Xenix is alone. Might be dangerous. Lord Lighty is gonna get picked up with the dragon. It's in the pocket of Deadly Chi. Lord Lighty, can he get killed? No, he's just gonna flash away, and this might be very dangerous. Beautiful knocker by Ruzu, but can it be enough? That's gonna get activated. It's gonna throw Oppression away. Ison alone in the back, and he doesn't have that much damage thanks to his build. But beautiful infinite duress is gonna go to Ruzu. Hero's entrance, still a lot to save. His top lane Ison is just gonna get out of here. He's very, very tanky, but all is gonna kill that jungle. Beautiful play, but wait, this might be the fight for Nebula. At this point, Jeff is so low. Ichi does not get the kill onto the enemy top. It is now Xenix versus Shy. Everybody low on Xenix and Shy. Not these fights are so intense.
Sanix just not able to really get into the fight. We'll head into the replay just to break down what happened. And actually, this was probably the best fight Nebula had played so far in the last few fights. Ruzu's the one caught by the Warwick ult, but Itchy's hero's entrance tags onto multiple people. Icehound did find the assassination onto Loco, but that target isn't really a key unit to bring down. And you can see here, Sanix actually opting to play with Shy, even though the better option, which is to use that Valkyrie to follow up Itchy's taunt onto Jeff. Had he done that Smodder is dead. You kill down the other two and you end the game. And unfortunately, you can see Nebula, they're definitely affected by the stakes of the situation here. And a bit of a miscommunication means that this game is going to last an extra few minutes. As, well, we might be in the face of a 3-0, but at the very least, it's going to be a banging.
I mean, this game is exactly what we wished out of this series. It is an absolute banger. It is both teams fighting tooth and nail for this win. Nobody wants to drop it. Nobody wants to just give an edge to the other team. But we are facing minute 40 slowly, and the nerves and the exhaustion is getting to these players. One advantage that EG has with just Ryan and Thought Lightly coming in throughout the series. These two players don't have the same exhaustion as the other ones. So this is a little advantage that is
Here's 2 and 9. But yes, I agree.
He's best.
Yeah, I mean, this game is so intense, and for the first time in a while, Deadly Chi do actually have control onto this Baron. They're the ones starting it for the first time. There's no information on where Icehound is. Ruzi has teleported, and they're going to contest.
Yeah, they don't want to give over the Baron for free. This could be the end if either team gets it. This Baron could be the one that takes the Nexus. Both teams a little bit too scared to just send it, and Just Ryan is gonna
wait. Just Ryan?
Wait, Just Ryan is alone. This is dangerous.
Icehound's in base.
Wait, he is, but he does have teleport available, as he is just gonna take the bot wave, and this is a very Honestly,
yeah,
I think we too need these pause. I'm gonna say.
No, I mean, I'm so glad that if this does end in a 3-0, at the very least, it's going to be off the back end of such an exciting game. We've seen incredible outplays from both sides, and I really do think for Deadly Chi, Jeff is probably sweating his butt out. Like this guy, you have to understand, he died. The game is over. But like the hopes of Deadly Chi, the split, the entire half of the year relies on this player, and it's such an intense situation. I will say that last play was extremely interesting, and whilst it's probably good to analyze it from a gameplay perspective, I'm going to tackle it from a bit more of a emotional perspective, because the truth is, you can see that both teams are so neck and neck with each other. Everything is on a knife's edge. They both understand, both rosters understand one small mistake, and it is going to determine the outcome of the game. And for Deadly Chi, it's going to determine the outcome of this series. As we are ready to just jump back into the game as the unpause button is being hit very shortly. Sorry for the bait, but yeah, it's... Yeah. Oh, there you go.
Oh, wait,
wait,
Heroes Injured is coming out, and Warwick is just... Oh.
And freeze! Oh my god, the Lissandra ultimate stuns absolutely every... No, I'm joking.
So, you know, like the meme, like, just Ryan standing there, well, oh wait, I'm gonna keep that bounce face. That's Ryan just doing it instantly. One pop Jai doing so much damage. Chef is dead! Nebula did it! They took away the dragon's wings. They killed the wolf. And like a quest in World of Warcraft, they're killing them all. They're not giving Deadly Chi a single inch. It was a close game. It was an intense game. Both teams could have risen victorious, but right now it is all of Nebula versus Ison and Lord Lightly. The end of the season, the fight of the ages. It is Nebula and Loco is the first one to fall. Ruzu did take away Ison, but Ison is just gonna fall after he went golden. The second Nexus Tower is gonna get taken, and Nebula, after a long split, Sanix, Ruzu, Shy, Itchy, and Loco take it away as they are the winners of this SLE split.
Yeah, and Well, it's a win, and I'm a bit disappointed that we just unpause and the game is over. What the hell is that about? But Gucci Nebula and oh my lord, for the entirety of this roster, they are going to be on cloud nine. Ruzu finally breaking that curse. He is an SLE champion. Sanix from third to first. He is breaking that curse. He is defeating his demons. He is claiming the crown for his own with his partner Loco in the bot lane. And now, the ultimate conversation, the goat of the SLE, the discussion that bounces around every single split, that is over. No more do we need to have that conversation. It is now set in stone, a factuality. If anything, Loco is now the goat of the SLE.
Yeah, the third title, and I don't think anybody can dispute the impact of this man. 3 titles. No one else has reached this achievement, and all these boys can be so proud of themselves. All of them have shined throughout this series. All of them had their pop-up moments, their incredible plays, incredible just gameplay from everyone. Is it Ruzo in these fights popping up clutch? Is it Shy with these insane invades throughout the games? Is it Ichi with this incredible laning phase of his, or the bot lane just killing whenever they want to in these 2v2, Xenix stepping up in the fights, Loco knowing where to be when, going for the engages, going for the plays, and this is just a team that 100% deserves this title.
Yeah, they 100% deserve this title. It's a title that they are going to be holding themselves proud, and I can imagine every single one of those players are taking a deep breath at the end of that game, and I'm so glad that the series winning game was that exciting one. And what a beautiful narrative. The one series that they don't drop a game is the grand final. They're going to put their hands on the trophy, they're hoisting it. I'm hoping we're getting a post-game interview. I'm waiting to see what the situation is on that. I'm assuming we're going to throw it to a quick break as our producer is going to grind out and put together the graphics. So stay with us for a moment. Once we return, we'll be grabbing the entirety of our SLE champions for a quick conversation.
Gripping with my cold hands, the shapes I used to take, hollow like a strong man, but it's easier to push away. 'Cause it could all end here, with a strange daylight caught in our eyes, and my shadow is stretching out through all the things I left behind.
we are back, still joined by Savonix, and we have the entirety of the winning squad, Gucci Nebula, and their amazing coach, Ace. And first of all, congratulations on the win. And how are you guys feeling?
Yeah,
Good.
it's fine. It's pretty like everyday
Well done.
casual.
Yeah,
Third
it's
place. For me,
pretty,
it's
Yeah, like third
you know,
place.
the usual.
The usual, the usual, like not third place. It's a bit better than third place, I guess.
I'm gonna order a kebab.
Just
Yo, wait, Savonix owes me McDonald's, I think.
No, I owe you a reptile coaching session, bro. What do
Oh
you
yeah,
mean?
that's true. Yeah.
Oh, shit,
reptiles,
nice.
But I'm role swapping now. Ah, GG.
So you don't need
feel
it
like-
anymore. Okay, cool.
Nah.
I feel like Loco's a bit like it's a fucking Wednesday, you know? What is
Yo,
that?
yo,
the
yo, no
free
swearing,
time
no swearing.
now?
Yeah.
Wednesday?
It's
Where were
alright,
you
you
on
know.
Tuesday, 4 a.m.?
Oh, God, don't see my joke.
I don't know the punchline.
All right, I'll take over. Jeez.
Go for it.
Thank you,
all
bro.
right. All right, God. We'll go from top to bot here. Obviously, all of you have such a massive storyline following you guys, but it's all very, very different from each other. I want to start with Ruzu. So you were at the grand finals of the SLE in Split 1. You unfortunately dropped that series. And ever since then, you've been playing split after split, trying to go for it, always faltering, always in teams where everyone was like, oh, they have potential to win it. And it's now you find yourself under this Nebula roster. You finally claim what is rightfully yours. You know, you are one of the individuals that people have touted as one of the best to never win it. But now you are no longer in that conversation because you are yourself an SLE champion. How does it feel to finally claim what you deserve?
It's time to retire in it.
Oh, yeah.
Retirement arc.
But it feels great finally winning SLE for once.
Yep. Yeah. Nice. Man,
That's
a
it.
few words.
Nice.
Love it. Yeah. And so next one, Shai. You know, I think it wasn't a secret that coming into this particular team, the big question mark people had was onto you. You were a top laner before this in Peachfish Wolf, who didn't have the best SLE. And you come in as a jungler, the start of the season, the question marks were still there. Fast forward to today, you are now respected. You know, Ace praises you on a consistent basis, which praise has started to.
He doesn't.
I guess. Okay.
No one praises him.
He praises and flames you. I know that. It's constructive criticism. But talk to me about your growth throughout this split and how much work you put in to get to this position.
So, I mean, when I first joined, it was really difficult because I was still getting to roll, and we kind of played the play style that I'm not good at, which was like perma playing Maokai Sejuani. So I think it was probably the rest that kind of adapted to how I play, since we started playing more of my picks. And then I could focus more on my own improvement than rather what should I do to make the team better. And I think like the team was kind of complete. All I had to do is to get better individually. So like once I could play comfortably in my own playstyle, I think it was way easier to like improve at everything that was happening.
Awesome.
Also Ace.
Also, Skarner's OP, yeah.
Yeah, Skarner is like the most disgusting champion. Like imagine not banning it the entire split almost.
Yeah, beautiful. It's been a pleasure to see you grow throughout the split, and move over to Itchy, a man who we have a long history together with, and I'm glad that me and you can both share 2 SLE titles between us, and we can have a little drink at the end of it. I want to ask you, coming into this series, right? You were asking me a lot of questions. I could tell that you were ready, preparing yourself, making sure you were up for the task. I want to ask a more specific question about you as an individual. You have always had polarizing opinions as a player, but I think right now this is the strongest you've ever been. I don't think anyone can say a single bad thing about you as a player. What's the journey been like for you to get to this position as a strong laner, a strong team player, and overall just an impeccable mid laner?
I mean, honestly, a lot of it is just learning how to chill myself the fuck out. I think, I don't know what it's like, when it feels like everyone disagrees with you and stuff, but you feel right, you start getting in your head, you start getting a bit like, what the fuck, guys? But But I think being surrounded by these guys, like Loco, who's always been my fucking rock, and having everyone here all just like be on board with me, it's let my brain take a back seat. So now I can just chill out and like change the ego into just calm confidence. And honestly, being able to do that has just made this split so nice. I've been able to focus on my own game, do shit. Yeah, it feels good.
Awesome. And Sanix, for you, I know you're a jokey character, but I also do know how much you wanted this and how much you actually wanted to break your own curse. Did you ever feel like you were going to actually break it, or did you think, I'm just stuck at being third place, and how does it feel to actually get a trophy yourself?
I mean, after like we beat the ANG, like curse was broken, right? I was happy just losing 3-0 in finals and like calling it quits, right? Retiring, right? I broke my curse, that's it. But no, I was in my own head so much for like, week started, I was like nonchalant, chill guy about it, right? And then all of a sudden, the closer we got to Sunday, the more I was in my own head. Big shout out to both Pim and Corey today, because I was like, bro, I'm stressing. I can't do it.
Yeah.
So I had to distract my mind. But yeah, honestly, crazy split. These fucking guys are insane. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, Loco kind of griefed the series. It started off his hands are kind of cold. I'm gonna miss a few hooks into missing all hooks. But it is what it is, we live and we learn. Next time, warm up hands before the series.
Okay. Somehow you turn this into flame your support.
I love Loco. Big, Loco endured me for a whole split, and you of all people know how unbearable I can be at times.
No.
I'm not gonna lie. Going into the split, it was, what is it? You got warned about playing with me, and I got warned about playing with you.
Yeah.
And unironically, it's been the best fucking experience I've had in so long.
Yeah,
It's so fun.
How cute. And obviously, last but not least, Loco. Well, actually, we'll ask you a question today afterwards. But Loco, I think I've been throwing the narrative on the cast that the conversation of who's the SLE GOAT is over. It is 100% you. You were a bit of a cornerstone when it came to putting this team together. What was it like to actually be at the helm of putting the puzzle pieces together for yourself? And what's it like now just being the straight up GOAT of the SLE?
I mean, I really do like team building. I knew that after I reached finals last split, I was like, okay, I need to do one more because I need to win 3. And I for sure knew I needed someone really strong in bot lane. And Stanix was like one of the obvious choice, basically. I think he was one of the standouts, or has been in a lot of the seasons. So I was like, even though I got warned,
Yeah,
I was like, I need a strong bot laner.
we just need Shiki and Lurg's bot lane next split to
Yeah.
round it out.
I can teach them how to know down midwaves. I learned that.
Yeah. And then obviously, I'll always play with Ichi. It's always a blast. So yeah, and it feels very good to be the GOAT now.
Yeah, damn you. Unfortunately, I'm fully retired. Screw this game. So yours. Yeah, I get it. Anyway, Ace. Now not many people have the title of 2-time SLE champion whilst not playing a single game in the entire league. How do you just somehow manage to coach any team to be able to win this league?
I mean, I technically don't have the title unless there's something changed, because the coaches don't actually get the title unless they played.
So whatever, unofficial.
I don't know. I'm kind of meticulous. I mean, I did it with Yin the first time, and I got to choose my own players back then. I just think I have a general good understanding of how people can work together. This one I didn't choose myself, but I also knew like every single player in here before I even joined. This one was a little bit, I stacked the deck a little bit because I already thought these guys had the potential to win, and they might not just need like the nudge in the right direction, right? So I had considered what I did with Yin versus now. I did a lot less this season. Mainly just like some basic work on like how communication works, how like we play for certain win conditions, and just like helping them focus their minds so they don't have to use their brain as much and they can focus on their hands, right?
Awesome. Yeah, you're gonna be such a legend after this, after coaching.
Oh,
yeah.
I want to say on that one as well, though. Like, he's saying he didn't do much, and technically that's true. But I've played with a lot of fucking coaches. I've had issues with a lot of coaches, like being overbearing and shit. Ace didn't do much because he knew exactly what he needed to do. And like, out of all the coaches I've played with, I definitely have had. I just get along with Ace the most. He knows exactly what he's supposed to do as a coach. So
my mid laner is a cutie patootie, you know. He's kind of shy, but
Shy
Ace just
so-
knows how to. Yeah, no, don't talk about shy. He had his spotlight.
I've had a lot of fucking coaches not know what to do with me, so it's nice to have a coach that actually understands me.
Yeah, I mean, my biggest objective is maybe the objective, like, you know, whatever you can call it, but like just teaching Xanax not to die on mid waves. It took a while, but we finally got there.
Hey, it's a skill.
Yeah, it is a skill.
Too fair.
The hardest thing this split wasn't winning finals or anything other game. It was not dying on mid waves.
And I want to reiterate, so I had to tell them this like twice, 2 times, especially in the Sujani games where I'm like, if you want to play on mid wave, just like let's play together. Yeah, let's not walk up to you, just have fun there, because it is a lot of reach, and that was not meant for anyone specifically, but it kind of was.
Yeah, that's awesome, and I mean that's all my questions gonna be. Do you have anything?
Honestly, you took all the questions out of my mouth that I wanted to ask.
Oh, gloom, gloom.
Yeah, no, I'm sad. All I can say is you guys did amazing and you can be proud of yourself. And congratulations for the win.
Thank you.
Yeah,
New Year's party at Ruzu's.
Do you have
New Year's party is Ruzu's.
Do you have any closing statements before we send you off to celebrate?
Yeah, honestly, low-key a shame that we didn't get to play 3 games against Lord Lighty. I don't think the result would change, but you know, all of the shit talking he did all split, you know. It's a shame we didn't get to, you know, square it out on the Rift.
Shout out to fucking Lord Lighty, by the way.
Shout out Lord Lighty, bro.
He kept the motivation going.
Yeah, I was nervous going into the shit, and then he tried to shit talk me and call me fucking leftovers, and the anger replaced the nervousness, so it really got me in the zone.
Yeah, well, Lord Lighty, hope you learn your lesson in your future endeavors. Don't poke a tiger with a stick, because then you'll lose finals. Anyway, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Enjoy your victory, and big congratulations to you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Twitter's at 2 ways.
And as we send the boys off, don't run away quite yet. We have one big final announcement before we end.
No.
Is looking for a way in. That is a massive ultimate and Barack Obama. Oh my! Loco with the engage on the 4 people, and they're all running for their lives, but it seems like it's going to be an ace, and I think they can end the game. That is what a team fight coming out of.
Now, do they have a lot of? They have a lot of AoE way. But they might. Okay, that's a huge way combo, and everyone just explodes.
John Tolozo gets out. The problem is not enough. Odd goes godlike. Odd is done with this series. Getting an ult off now. Baker cage, and there it is. Right, brain minus sparkle to everyone, and it's just. It's gonna find another engage, and Wobblebonk is already dead. Luke Bingo, very low XP. Godapax is late to arrive to this fight. The bowling ball from Ace didn't even hit anyone in the middle of 5, and that's gonna be it. The double kill locked in for Daniel Brun, and it looks like Arrakis. They're gonna push through the base. May thy knife trip and shatter, because it's Arrakis.
That is right, ladies and gentlemen. What you just saw there is an upcoming announcement in the background. There is work going on behind the scenes. Every single amateur league in the Discord universe is going to be working together to put together, I guess you could phrase it as like an EU Masters of the amateur scene. And so we don't have too much details to share with you at this current moment in time. What I've been told is that there's an Avengers level of a background team working together to put together this tournament, and all the best teams from each league will be battling against each other for a very obviously a prestigious title. So it's really exciting to be able to announce that to everyone. More details will be coming very soon. All leagues have described their interest in participating, and there's going to be a lot of work going on to making sure that whoever's working on it is going to put together the best possible tournament for you guys to enjoy, for the community. And I want to ask you, if you could choose one of those leagues that you would say would be the best, would you...
I mean, I think there is quite an obvious favorite, and as much as I don't like to say it here, as SLE is, as unbiased as I try to be, it is my favorite league. It is how I got introduced to these Discord leagues. But I do think that the favorite going into this is going to be the representative of the CWL.
Oh, that's not what I had on my script. It's SLE, baby. Of course we're gonna win the goddamn bloody Kings of the Rift. But yeah, no, I'm kidding. I have no allegiances. Yeah, Kings of the Rift. It's something that's being worked on. So announcements will come soon. Yeah, I guess I don't have much else to say. Gloomy, it's been a pleasure. This is the end of the split 7 of the SLE. It's been a pleasure to cast with you. You got any closing statements?
It was an honor. Once again, SLE community is just amazing. It was a pleasure casting with you as always. And what an amazing split. What a game to end this split. And like school teachers, we as casters are obviously we're gonna disappear from this world until the next split starts. So yeah, please tune in for the next time so we can exist.
Oh, I thought that was the closer. Anyway, goodbye everyone. Goodbye
Bye everyone.
Just looking for a way in. That is a massive ultimate and Barack Obama. Oh my! Loco with the engage on the 4 people, and they're all running for their lives, but it seems like it's going to be an ace. And I think they can end the game. That is what a team fight coming out of.
Now, do they have a lot of? They have a lot of AoE way. Okay, that's a huge way combo, and everyone just explodes.
Well, John Delosio gets out. The problem is not enough. Odd goes godlike. Odd is done with this series. Getting an ult off now. Baker cage, and there it is. Right, brain minus sparkle to everyone, and it's just. It's gonna find another engage, and Wobblebonk is already dead. Luke Bingo, very low HP. Godapax is late to arrive to this fight. The bowling ball from Ace didn't even hit anyone in the middle of 5, and that's gonna be it. The double kill locked in for Daniel Brunn, and it looks like Arrakis. They're gonna push through the base. May thy knife trip and shatter, because it's Arrakis